getting my hair done when I got that email.
Oh,
And
what did your hair look like afterwards? Did you jump while they were cutting your hair?
no, I didn't, but I was crying. Because it's something that I had been trying to do for so long.
Yeah.
It's time for Gavin Doodle.
Hey, everybody. Hello, everybody. Howdy, everybody. It's a Thursday night, and that means it's Gavin Doodle. The dogs freak out upstairs. This is my sketch for the night. We are on our 4th anniversary of Gavin Doodle. We've hit 4 years of it. Woo! Almost every week for 4 years. So, our guest tonight is the wonderful Juana Martinez-Neal. You probably know them from Alma, which got the Caldecott honor. We got a little paperback version of this one. It's so beautiful. All like colored pencil and really like, what do I want to say? Sort of pure use of color in little moments throughout, which is really lovely. And then, of course, fry bread, which, of course, is acrylic and pencil and all sorts of odds and ends. Again, beautiful book. Award-winning book. And then we also have here, which I got to ask about, I Don't Care. And this is what's interesting, is pictures by 2 people. And so it's Molly Idle and Juana Martinez-Neal. And so I got questions about that one because, like, that's a new thing for me. I haven't had anybody on that had that, did artwork with someone. Well, no, I guess I've had a couple people, but not on a single book that is a picture book. So that'll be interesting to see. So tonight, again, my sketch, 4 years. We got some primates that are celebrating 4 years. So I'll be making that. And let me turn the camera onto me. I thought so. There we go. You don't hear sound on me? At all?
Hi.
Can you hear, Juana, can you hear me okay?
Now I hear you. Yeah, now I hear you. Hold on, I'm tilting
Okay.
this.
For some
But
reason,
when you flipped, it
yeah.
like left. Yeah.
Okay, here it has corrected itself upstairs. My producer upstairs says that it's working. So, welcome.
Hi. It's great to be here. Sorry, you got me off guard. I'm trying to figure out the framing of the whole thing. But
Yeah,
anyway,
no
um,
worries. So thank you for joining us. This
thank you.
is, like I said, an honor to have you on. We, of course, have known, I say we, my wife and I, who are big Kidlit friends, we sort of, she's the producer of the show. I don't know why I'm doing rabbit ears, but she's the producer of the show. And so she and I have been big fans of yours for some time. Of course, through Fry Bread is probably where we jumped on, but went back and found Alma and all the other books on your list. But we are very excited to have you on tonight.
Excited to be here.
Thank you for joining us.
Yeah.
For those that are watching, I always ask people right up front to give a little snippet of who you are and what you do for those that are watching who may not know you, and shame on them.
Okay, so my name is Juana Martinez-Neal. For those of you who don't know how to pronounce Juana, it's spelled Juana, and it's Spanish, and the sound of the J is like an H in English, so it's Juana. Martinez is my last name from family. Neal is my husband's name that I combined when I got married. So I am Peruvian. I was born and raised in Lima, Peru, and moved to the U.S., Los Angeles, when I was 21. I did a whole lot of other things. My dad was an artist. My grandfather was an artist. However, I I went to art school, ended up doing other things, and now I'm back to art. But I came back to picture books thanks to my husband. And when I was in my 30s, after my second son, we have three children. After my second son was born, within like a month of him being born, if not 2 weeks. Um, and here I am. It's been 22 years now. Yeah.
Okay. When you say because of your husband, you came back to kids, or that you got into Kidlit or came back to it, is that because of, is he in Kidlit or is it something more?
No, my husband went to school at CCAD, Columbus College of Art and
Oh yeah.
Design.
Yep.
So
Okay.
he was familiar with illustration, and he will see me doing, like when I was on the phone and I was bored, I will do like these drawings on like yellow legal pad,
Yep. Yep.
and he will see my drawings, and he kept saying that I should be making children's books. And I ignored him for about 3 years. And then at the third year, I was like, oh, maybe he's onto something. But one other thing that like kind of helped the whole situation is I had a successful web and graphic design studio by myself, believe it or not.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I was doing really well, but then the whole housing crisis happened.
This is
And
in 20 or 2000.
2000 and, 2005,
Okay.
2006,
Yeah.
2007, and the whole and then you saw the shift of people like paying $45 to $75 for a template for a website. And then I didn't have any work, and I didn't know what to do, and I was really worried. And then I was like, okay, I'll try children's illustration. But I did not grow up with children's books, so I did not know what picture books were. I
Interesting.
read novels growing up, but they were adult novels. They were not children's books.
Interesting. Okay.
And yeah, so I was completely new, so much so that my son was born in late September. And at that time I was in Arizona. And I was so desperate for a change that I just typed children's books, children's illustration, children's books, right? And the first thing that came up, of course, metadata and all that work that they do was SCBWI, right? And I go on their website, and they had the Arizona chapter, and their conference was going to be the first week of October. So I was like, okay, I'll go. And I
Wow.
remember being there the full day, and I have no, they were talking about YA and chapter books and middle grade and picture books. And I was taking notes, and I had no idea what they were talking about. But I was there, I showed up, and,
Yeah.
and then I stayed. Laura Jacobson, who at that time was an illustrator making books published, was one of the ones who presented. And I was like, okay, I have to talk to somebody, because somebody has to help me. She was doing critique
Yeah.
groups. And I went to her like in a break. I'm always very quiet and I don't like to disturb people. Um, so I went and I talked to Laura and said, hey, Laura, I'm so sorry, but do you think we can talk after you're done? And she goes, yeah, I have to do some portfolio critiques, but if you wait, I can I'll talk to you after that. And I sat there for probably an hour, and she was probably thinking she's still there. She's not leaving.
Yeah.
But I
Yeah.
did not leave. And I talked to her, and I had nothing to show. And I remember saying to Laura, and she probably thought, like, what is wrong with this woman? I will talk to her and I go, I am good. I am really, really good. And I had
Yeah.
nothing to show, absolutely nothing to show. Um,
Have you
but
talked to her? Have you
yeah.
talked to her since?
Yeah. I
Yeah.
mean, now I'm in Connecticut, and she's in still in Phoenix, and now she's not making children's books. She's doing artwork, like
Yeah.
painting.
Yeah.
Um, but she was such an important person to get me started, and she was so. Um,
I think
Never did she say you can't do that, or that's wrong, or what's going on with you. Never did that. She always just said, sure, go home, send me some drawings. I'll share it with my art director. But yeah, so that's
this
how I
is
got
the
started.
lovely. This is the lovely part of Kidlit, is like, I feel like there's so many stories of that, of like someone taking someone under their wing, or like just even that barrier of I don't want to say like famous person versus non-famous, but the idea of someone who's experienced, not
Published,
that,
not
yeah, not
published.
setting up
Yeah.
some sort of barrier saying like I'm untouchable and I don't
Hmm.
want you to even approach me. And the fact that they're willing to reach out and help in that situation, I feel like is not uncommon in this industry, or in kidlit specifically. And so it doesn't surprise me, the story, because I've heard things like it, but it's so wonderful to hear no matter what, because it's just, it reaffirms why we do what we do, essentially.
Yeah.
So tonight we're going to draw, and we're going to, my live feed here is dead. Let me try it again. We're going to draw and talk, and I want to make sure I'm sort of respectful of time. So at any point, if you need to jump ship, just let me know. But I also want to, the conversation can go anywhere you want it to go. We can talk business, we can talk shop, all that kind of stuff, but we can also just talk about what you did today, what you get for groceries, whatever makes sense is fair game here. People tune in just to listen and or watch the recording to sort of have something on in the background to listen as they make. And
Nice.
so it's a chance for us just to essentially get to know each other remotely. But I do need to know two things before we start for the night.
Yes.
One is, what are you going to make? And two, what are you going to make it with?
Oh, those are very important questions to which I don't have no answer.
Okay.
I have 3 different papers because I didn't know what to do. I have 3 different papers. I have the paper that I normally prepare for most of my paintings. I have another paper that is just completely different, and then I have sketch paper.
When you say
Um,
papers, meaning like the hand
like like
paper?
paper, like
Yeah,
paper, yeah.
gotcha.
Surface to paint with on. Um, I don't know. I have acrylics. I have color pencils. I have pencils. So I guess let's just
Paint
decide
what
what to do, and then we
paint
can
what's
decide.
comfortable. Paint what feels right is the
Okay.
answer. So um and then with material wise, what I mean, you said acrylics and things. Are there brands in particular that you lean on, or
Yes, I love golden,
okay?
and I love the liquid ones like this.
Ah,
Um,
yes. I
and
just
one thing I love this one. So it's I use very little, but I like and the way I put it on the paper, it almost feels like watercolor instead of or gouache instead of, because of how I prepare my paper,
I was I was gonna
instead of
ask about
acrylic. Yeah,
I was gonna ask about the viscosity of it, because normally acrylic has that like plasticky sheen you can't
yeah,
draw back on top, but it looks like
yeah.
you're always sort of doing pencil work or graphite work on top of the acrylic, so it has to be thin enough.
I found a way by working. I found a way to prepare my paper so it works almost as if it was watercolor, because the way I prepare my layers on my paper, it just sucks the
So
water immediately, so it
okay,
feels transparent and light. You can
okay.
always make it thick if you go
Yeah,
way
yeah.
too many layers. And my work is about layers. So if I were to do one piece and complete it, I will be here for 3 days. So it's not gonna happen.
Yeah, we got 4 hours max,
Yeah,
so
I don't think I can do
yeah,
it for hours.
okay, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
No, it's one of those things. Material wise, I grew up on acrylics.
Okay.
That was the go-to, and I painted with not necessarily thick, but they got real plasticky because I did lots of um,
Yeah.
uh, uh, gloss medium in between
Hmm.
layers, and that just turned it into a sheet of plastic. And then trying to do
Yeah.
any colored pencil or any pencil work on it
It
was a
just doesn't take it.
yeah.
Yeah.
So
It was a lot of trial and error to
yeah,
get to these. Yeah.
I
Should we
got you.
flip it up?
Yeah, so let's switch the cameras,
Okay.
and we can just start talking and making, and I have questions for you. And again, if there's questions that you have or you want to direct anything, just don't hesitate. We can go whatever way we need to go.
So I think what I'm gonna do is I'm going on a tour with my. Okay, I think that should work. And then I'm gonna go higher.
Yeah, I can see from this end, and it's a matter of
Perfect.
just it looks where are your hands, just so I see your hands,
Right
so I
here.
know it's. Oh, then we're perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
a matter of some people set it up and all of a sudden their hands are coming in from the top and
Oh,
it's upside down, but
no.
that looks great.
Yeah. So
So while you set up and while you start to sort of prep to make, what I would love to know is a little bit, this is news to me about not really having or not participating in the same way in Kidlit when you were a little kid. And there's so many people that are in the industry that are like, yeah, I love books from the beginning and I was reading Kidlit from the beginning, etc. But it sounds like that wasn't the case for you.
I was reading. I read a lot. I just didn't read
Yeah. Picture
picture
books.
books. I think it was a matter of cost, because picture books are expensive, more so in South America.
Yes. Yeah, I can imagine.
So maybe they were not importing them. I don't know. I had novels, and then we had one thing that we had was my dad had. Well, in Lima we had what is called la Feria del Libro, so it's the book fair. It was once a year, and you will go, and they had these humongous bins filled to the rim with books, and you can pick up books for like almost nothing. They were older editions, but I don't care because I mean, you care about what's inside, not what it looks like, right?
Yeah.
So, what should we do? Do you want a subject, like a theme, something?
Um, well, I'm trying to think like, okay, let me ask you this, because I have something I'm already doing. So I'm already, because it's you're officially the 4 year anniversary of the start.
Okay.
You probably didn't know that, but you are. This is the fourth anniversary of doing Gab and Doodle. Um,
Congrats.
so uh, I'm doing a piece that has some primates in it going to a park. Um,
Okay.
but I would say I would love like thinking about the rich tone, like all the characters that you do, especially in something like Fry Bread. There's this like um, how do I describe it? Like everybody feels like they have so much character
Hmm.
and so much like backstory to
Hmm.
them, just built into their face and into the tones that you choose and the proportions and whatnot. That I would love to see sort of maybe a piece, and hopefully this is not too far out there, sort of that pays tribute to your parents or the artistic upbringing in some way. Like, is there a character? Like, could you do a version of your father and grandfather?
Well,
Is that
I
crazy?
that's no, that's actually what is in Alma. So
Oh,
that's my
that's them.
grand, yeah,
Okay,
that's them.
okay. So let's
But
let's not do them then.
but
Let's.
maybe I can go over how I make the characters that I make in my books. So
Yeah, I mean, just character based in general. I didn't realize.
yeah.
I just didn't piece that together until now that it was that sort of them in the book. How about? Oh wait, I know what I want. Now you can say no to this,
No,
but I'm just paying tribute to someone. So your husband sort of pushed you in the direction of Kidlit um, to say like you need to go try this. This needs to be something is in your wheelhouse. It'd be cool to see some sort of like character that is coach like or teacher like or mentor like of some sort, if that makes any sense.
Okay.
And then whatever that becomes, and it's all wonderful no matter what. Let's put it that way. Um,
Yeah.
so tell me a little bit like, so what kind of books were you reading? If you said that you're reading novels, I mean, were you reading like horror novels, or you read
No. Well,
like
I did read Jekyll and Hyde. I did read that.
okay,
Um I read um I read what what is supposed to be the classics that were translated and brought to South America.
okay,
So maybe I don't get the name quite right, but is it Cult of the Wild or called
Call of the Wild.
yes, Little Women. I was reading Kafka. I was reading ah, I don't
We
know.
were
I was reading anything that I will get into. We also have the collections of books. They call it Tesoro something, treasure something, and they were collections, and there were like all these books, and they have a collection of stories on each one. So I was reading those too. Um, let's see.
now when you say that you were reading these, at what age are we talking here?
I was I since I can remember, probably I don't know 8, 10, 12. I mean the books changed
Yeah.
um, as I was getting older, but
It
I
just
don't discover Latin American authors until I'm 18, and my first book was 100 Years of Solitude. And that just was the change of my whole reading experience, and nothing had felt as real as and close as when I read that book. Like that was familiar. Not
why
nothing else was. Yeah.
why was it that you were reading or that you weren't reading sort of Latin or authors? What was there just access or was it
It, well, one, they are not Latin authors; they are Latin American, which is
Latin
different.
American? Sorry, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I don't know. I um I don't know. It's probably access. I don't know. My house was filled with books. My grandfather's house was filled with books. My dad had a library. I had my personal library in my bedroom. We had libraries. Each one of us had a library in our bedrooms. I think it was a matter of what got to me, right?
Yeah.
And libraries. The I need to start drawing. The presence of library. It's still like it's hard for me to talk and
Yeah.
draw, because I okay. So let's do this. When I draw, when I draw in order to create my characters, I think about someone. And this person is someone, and it may sound, you know, corny, but it's someone that I know and love always. So I know them so closely and so well that I'm able to understand how are they going to behave in certain situations. Um, so that's why they feel familiar, because I am drawing people who I know. I can't just draw a random person out of my imagination because it doesn't feel real to me. It needs layers, and the layers give it comes from reality. Um,
So does that mean every character in every book that you've done is has some sort of connection?
someone, yes, everyone.
And do they know?
No,
Do they? Well, wait. Do they look like the person, or is it just they're inspired by?
it could, they could, or they could not. Like for example, in I have a book, Baby Moon,
Yep.
where I'm gonna get it. There's a couple. There's a mom and a dad and a baby. Hold on, let me get it. Baby Moon. Where's my baby? Here. Okay, so this is Baby Moon right here. This is Baby Moon.
Yeah.
So Baby Moon is mom and dad and the baby. It's the story of when you bring your baby home right after the baby's born.
Yep. Yep.
And I I mean, this is my daughter. Um, this is my daughter, our third baby. And the mom is me. And my husband is the dad. The only difference is that my husband is white, blue eyes, and redhead, and I wanted to make the dad a native. So I changed the color of the skin, the color of the hair, but like the way he holds the baby here is
Yeah.
exactly how my husband did and
Yeah.
still does.
Yeah.
This is my dog. That This is Puppy, my first dog, and this is my cat,
So
the
they're all
kitties.
yes
Yes.
encoded with
So
family.
everything that happens is actually it comes from life. Yeah, and the
And
same here.
has anybody that doesn't know figured it out and like come up to you and go, "That's me, isn't it?"
Um, no, I mean nobody has come and said anything. So, no. And I mean, sometimes, like on that one, I told him, or the husband in La Princesa and the Pea, better at showing than doing. Um, Hold on. Husband in La Princesa and the Pea. It's also my husband. So this is La Princesa and the Pea. And that's my husband too,
Yeah.
right there. So
As
this
long as
thing
it's
like that.
as
But
long
he's
as it's
Peruvian in
flattering.
this one. Yeah, it's Peruvian, but the features are more like him,
Yeah. As long
right?
as it's flattering and you don't have them like picking their nose or something of the sort, then even if they find out, it's not a big deal.
Well, I don't draw those type of
Yeah.
scenes. It's just not who I am. Some people do. I just don't. Um, we like different things, right?
Yep.
Okay, so I'm gonna draw something. Let's see. I'm gonna draw a woman, I guess.
So as you start to draw and as you start to
Yes.
figure stuff out, I want to know a little bit about sort of the especially with the idea of jumping into Kidlit without. I mean, going to SBWI, I think probably is a lot of what a lot of people start out with. Like my leap into Kidlit was sort of, I had a book that I was working on because it came to me through an art agent, but I didn't really decide to go into Kidlit until I went to an SCBWI event, and it was sort of changed my direction quite heavily. Um, but it sounds to me like you went without. Well, did you know exactly what you were walking into when you went to the event, or was it more of a this is going to be something? I'm going to show up and see what happens.
It was more like I need to find out what it is because Chris, my husband, keeps talking about it. So if I show up, I will learn more about it because I need to be there in order to I need to experience it in order
Yeah.
to
No,
know if it's for me. Yeah.
he since he knew about it, or he sort of was it something he had been to, or is it something that was in his
No.
view, or just
Bec- no, because he was not doing he was doing illustration, but not children's illustration.
okay?
So he knew because they did some classes, but not because it was something that he was doing. Yeah.
Yeah, gotcha.
Yeah.
And I assume what kind of illustration does he do?
He doesn't do illustration, believe it or
Oh,
not.
I thought you just said he
No,
did. I'm sorry.
no, he went to school for that, but did not end up doing it.
Oh, okay.
He chose another career. Um, but one thing that is funny is that when I started when I decided to start going into children's illustration, all my supply. So when I moved, okay, so I moved in '95, and when I came, I slowly brought through trips of my mom or somebody coming. I started bringing things because when you move to another country, I came with 2 suitcases. That's all I brought. Um, and I wasn't supposed to be here for what is now 31 years. I was supposed to be here for a year and go back. So I brought 2 suitcases and that's it. But as the trip happened, my parents were back and forth and they will bring things. I managed to do one trip in a year later, within 6 months of getting here. And I brought my oils, my box of oils from my art school that I used. I mean, my paint that I used when I went to art school. I
Yeah.
had an art bin with all my materials, my supplies. But when I started doing children's illustration, I couldn't do oils because I had 2 children and they're 3 years old, and those were dangerous.
Yep.
So I
Yep.
started doing. I used his art supplies that he had from his college days, and I still have them. I still use some of his supplies. Like this is from his. What's this one? This one. This is from his college days, and I still use his stuff. Yeah.
Is it now? Okay, so this can be a dumb question. Um this is probably real dumb. The art bin that you brought was from Peru.
Yes.
Was there okay, like I said, this is gonna be a dumb question. Was there a difference in the paints in Peru than there were in the US? Like why bring that through customs and all that kind of stuff?
You know why? Because I already had him, and I needed to pay for him again.
Okay, okay,
That's why.
okay. I don't
And
know if it was like there was some special brand or
no,
yeah,
I
okay.
mean, when you are from anywhere but the US, you will make everything last. You
Yeah,
will
yeah.
take everything out. You will squeeze that ketchup packet until nothing is left. You will take every single little piece of your toothpaste, your bottle, your mayo, whatever, call it whatever it is. You will squeeze those oil paint, oil tubes, until there's nothing left, because everything costs money, and you value money in a way that we don't in the US.
Yes, understandable. Like the
Uh,
the level of waste that happens
yes,
is
yes.
uh, crazy, to say the least, in the U.S. It was one of those ones where like cost efficiency, like how much it costs to come to bring that up versus the other way around. I was like, there's got to be some reason, and if it's just it was already bought is a valid reason altogether. With so switching to acrylics, did you find, because I hear lots of pushback from uh, folks that they don't like acrylics. I love them. I think they're fine, but I
You
know
mean
that like
from artists or
yeah,
from?
artists in general, just because like if they grew up on oils, acrylic dries so fast, or if they're a watercolor artist, acrylic is too thick, or I feel like it's one of those paint mediums that people have shied away from for the last few years and moved towards gouache more so than acrylics. And I'm wondering, did you have that same sort of battle material wise?
I I am I get to everything that I get because I have to, not because I plan it. Um, I did not go to school for illustration in this country. I went to art school in my country, in Peru, where I was born and raised. So when I started making children's books, the first thing I did was I used color pencils, mainly because my kids could chew on it and nothing will happen.
Yeah.
Um,
Yep.
it was more of, which is what motivates everything that I do. There's a reason why I choose to use certain materials. Um, Never did I have the people where I could um, like talk to and say, "Hey, what materials are you using? What are you doing?" And it was very. I was in my 30s. I was trying to find a way into children's books, and I was doing and using whatever I could. Again, I I was completely unbiased. I still am, because there's so many gaps that I have in, in everything that relates to children's books, that I will come and do whatever it is. And it may be wrong, but who's going to come and say that's not how you do it? I mean,
Yeah.
it's very instinctive. The way I work is extremely instinctive. My gut tells me do it or not. That's how I move, and how I move around. That's how I live. Yeah,
I
my
bet
gut tells me yes or no. Yeah,
that's one of the reasons why you've had success is because you're not playing by some sort of standardized rule of this is how you're supposed to do it, and instead doing it in a way that feels natural to you or
but
feels
the thing is, I'm not breaking the rules. I don't know the rules.
yeah.
You know what I mean?
That's a good way to that's a solid way to put that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Um, and then so now you've been, I mean, obviously breaking the rules somewhat, but you've been doing this for some time now,
Yes.
and now you know those rules probably a little bit better than you did at the start,
Hmm.
but still break them, I assume. Um, but do you feel like you have like the equivalent of going back to SCBWI? Now people are probably coming up to you and saying, "Hey, how do I do this?" And do you feel comfortable enough now to be the person who is mentoring versus being mentored?
I have been doing the um, mentorships for a few years. Some through, like Latinx in publishing. I did it with We Need Diverse Books. I did it with um, I've done like four or five. I also, if I met an artist, and I really thought she had a lot of, I don't know, I just saw something in her work and I said, hey, I'd be happy to do a mentorship. And we did it too.
Yeah.
I'm happy to help. But again, my help, if I'm doing, I, this is so instinctive. What I do, everything that I do is so instinctive, so that I don't know.
Yeah, it's hard to relay.
Um, I mean, I know when something's right or something's wrong, but do I know why it's not working? Especially when it comes to writing? No. No, because I just read it and I know in my gut that's not working. It needs to be redone. Um,
It's funny.
when it comes to art, it's a little different because I went to art school and art rules work for everything. I mean, it's just the norm, right? Like
Yeah.
proportions, line, composition, color. Those are concepts that they're either are right or not. There's no in between. Um, Regardless if you're instinctive in the way you do it or not. Um, if you don't know how to draw anatomy, you have to learn because it will show. Um, yeah, there's no way around it. You need to know the rules in order to break them. Yeah.
I mean, one of the things that I think is interesting to hear is that idea of coming from the teacher in me, that you know not knowing exactly how to explain that instinctive quality to someone is that is a challenge that I face sometimes, where people go like, well, why do you say that it needs to be that way? And some of it is me going, because. And that's kind of it. There isn't this big deep explanation, and some of it's built on history, some of it's built on other things, but sometimes it's hard to get that across. But effectively, that's what makes a good art director. That's what makes a good teacher, is someone who can very quickly pick up those things, whether they know how to explain it or not. They can pick up what works and what doesn't work, at the drop of a hat, and not have to sit there and analyze it for hours on end for it to actually make any sense to them. And so I totally get the idea of, like, it's hard to explain, but I also think that there's value in just going, well, this is subjective to me, and this is what works for me, and either you listen or you don't. And
I'm gonna tell you something now that you talk about that. There is Okay, so I went to art school. I went to la Universidad Católica
yep,
del Perú, so the Catholic University in Peru. I went to art school there. So, and this was back in the 90s. Um, you had two choices. If you wanted to be an artist, you could go to Escuela de Bellas Artes, which was more of a public route, or you can go to the private school, which was this university. Um, at that time, if you went to the if you went to the private school or university, your doors were already open. Like your work critics will be on your side, and
mm,
you were seen as more contemporary work and
yep,
more, you know, ahead of your time and like breaking the rules and doing things like the way they haven't been done before. Like you had doors open as soon as you went to school. So I went to that school. However, the way the school worked was they were incapable of explaining anything. They will come, they will put they will set up, let's say, a table with like on 6 pieces of white cup, pot, plate, all white, right, on a
yep,
white sheet, and then you have 2 weeks to paint it every morning from 10 to I think it was 12 o'clock. You have 2 hours,
okay,
maybe 2 hours, maybe 4 hours. It sounds more right. It had to be 3 hours. It's been a while. I would say 3 hours. So you went Monday for Friday and painted. The teacher will come every, I don't know. You never knew when the teacher and the professor would show up.
yeah,
And as soon as the professor showed up in the studio where we were probably 20 people, you can sense the shift in the air, like, oh, something happened, right? um, and then he will walk around, or she will walk around,
yeah,
and they will say, that's wrong, this is right, do it again. Why was it wrong? You
oh,
couldn't ask, they wouldn't tell you. um, then
that's
they had their
great.
gifted ones who were absolutely incredible. And
I
I don't know, it's just, oh my god, I have my opinions about schools
I
and
I would
Yeah.
say that holds true to some schools. Like even the school that I'm at, I feel like there are some people that get uh, preferential treatment because either they follow the instructor very very closely and just do what the instructor wants, or that they got some recognition elsewhere, and then all of a sudden they're on everybody's radar. Or I that rings true. I think
But the
to
thing is, this there were.
yes,
I know what you're saying,
yeah,
but one thing I noticed, and maybe, this is 31 years, 35 years, 34 years ago. So maybe my view is distorted by now. But one thing that I do remember is that there were a lot of really good artists, and it was really hard to get into the school.
yeah.
However, by the time they were in second or third year, they were completely lost. We were 120 people that got in. In the 6th year, because it was a 6-year career,
Mm.
you have 2 years of general studies, which when you do everything about art, then 2 years of like 5 specialties. So you could do painting, sculpture, printmaking, industrial design, or graphic design. That's it, right? So you have 2 years of those two. And then your last 2 years, you have studio time, where you had 2 years to create your body of work. And I could see second and third year the amount of people that were lost and quit. So by the time you graduated, and maybe things have changed, I don't know, but by the time you graduated, you had like 7 people graduating.
Wow.
Yeah, from the whole thing.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
that's a big drop off. Um, Real quick before I forget, my wife wanted to know what type of pencil you are using.
This is good question. Um, these are they're graphite. Um, Hold on, I have a bigger one. Just a minute. This is a bigger one. Okay, so they are Co
Kohinoor?
E Kohinoor
Yeah.
Heart Muth, and then they come in like H
Yeah.
different HV, and I'll go to like 9B or 8Bs or 6B are my favorites, but as softer as I can.
Is that the brand of choice in general? Is the Kohinoor?
Uh, right now, and then I also
Okay.
use this one,
Yeah.
the Blackwig, also the Palomino. I think this is a Palomino. I don't know.
It's some people are like so particular with what pencil they use that it's this pencil
I
else.
I love being able to use, like
Anything.
smudge. That's my thing. I
Mm.
feel like it works better. That there's better transitions when you use your finger than when you whatever you do. um, so the smoother the better. Yeah.
So let me ask a question on that then.
Yes.
This is coming from someone who is not a pencil artist.
Okay.
Someone who generally at the end of the night has paint all over the back of my hand, it's on my arm, it's scraps of paper all over the place. Um, how do you not smudge your pencil accidentally when you don't want to? Like obviously you want to at certain points, you want to move stuff around and smudge, but I'm sure there's got to be points in there where you don't want that to happen.
But
And
what's the worst that can happen? I erase it.
I think maybe I'm using too soft of a pencil. I feel like I can never erase it enough.
Oh, wait. Yeah, that's your problem. If you do the soft ones, like if you grab an HB, I'm gonna show you. If you grab and that's why I have it marked because I don't like them.
Okay.
So if you do this, right? That's an
Yeah.
HB. That's an HB.
But it's
So you still have the mark. This is what is this? This is a 2, and I think this is a 9. This is a 9. Okay, so this is a 9. This is the HB. Look how this I went twice, and I still have way darker on this one. You see it, right?
yep,
If I
yep.
smudge, look what happens with this one. Look
Yes.
what happened with the other one. It just doesn't happen the same way. It's not as much.
I guess I just
Um,
I mean, I stay in
This
a
is
certain range of pencil, like of hardness of the graphite, but I think I'm just too messy, and maybe I get my hand on the page too much, and I feel like I just grind it into the paper.
look,
Uh,
HB.
yeah,
This is 2B. This is 9. And I don't know. I'm not. I mean, I hate having lines that don't belong in my drawings.
yeah,
But this is just a drawing.
yeah. No, it's
Yeah.
it's funny because it probably doesn't matter, and I know that I make a mess with my materials and don't question it at the end of the day. But I've just always been a very messy artist. When I get material that is dry. For some reason, I'm okay with wet paint being messy, but dry materials, it always freaks me out a little when it's a little messier than what I would like. Um, is it with the idea of the pencil or the graphite and the building up and the layering and the texturing? I mean, you mentioned that it takes you some time to do that. Um,
Not with the pencil. The pencil is easy and fast. It's
oh,
when I paint. Yeah, it's with the paint. And I mean, you say I'm messy. You say you're messy when you paint. I have to cover my floors, my tables,
yeah,
everything. Yeah.
yeah,
Um, because my I purposely make a mess. Like I splatter and splash. Like on, I don't know if you've seen Swashby. You probably haven't. Okay, so Swashby and the Sea. I'm gonna get it. Swashby and the Sea is this book about this little girl and her grandma, and they meet this neighbor, next door neighbor, that all he wanted to do was being by himself. He was happy by himself, right?
yeah,
And so he moves to, and this is an awesome line. Um, so when Swashby retired, it was to a small house on a small beach, as close to the sea as he could be. Whenever he needed something, the sea provided exactly the right thing at exactly the right time. Life was just the way Swashby liked it, salty and sandy and serene. Until, and then these two people moved to the house that was empty next door at the beach. So then that's when the whole story happens. And then there's this back and forth of he wants to be alone, but at the same time, he needs to help because the girl is getting taken by by the water.
yeah,
But it's again, it's the sea that is actually messing up because the sea knows that he needs friends, right? So if you see here, I don't know if you're able to see
yep,
this right
yep.
here, this is gesso.
Oh, okay.
So I will have my gesso and I will put a whole stack of it on my palette, which I use here. This is a clean palette right now. So I will put it right here. And I lived in Phoenix, so things dry a lot faster there. So I will put the gesso and then I will let it dry for a few, like I don't know, 10 minutes, 15 minutes. And then I will grab my brush and and now the gesso is thick and I will splatter that and then layer on top more and more and more until we had these super thick gesso layers that transferred to the artwork, like when they
Yeah.
scanned it. But I know, Messy.
Yeah, no, it's funny. It's just like the I get messy with like literally. I don't want to ever show my studio because of how messy it is. But one of the things, like I think when I think of graphite work, I always think of it being so clean, and it feels so foreign to me. Just the idea of like having to be like having to erase. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe it's erasing is the issue because I'm so used to just painting to cover up and
Need an
not.
eraser.
Yeah.
You said need an eraser instead of a regular eraser.
Yeah, I found a an electric eraser the other day that I bought, which I haven't used in ages. I don't know if it will do the trick for some of the stuff.
Why? That's too much of an eraser. You need something soft. The beauty of the beauty to me, the beauty of the graphite is the it's almost like charcoal. It has to be messy. Otherwise, what are you doing?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
No, I got the electric eraser, and I'm trying to remember. There was a reason why where it really erased like pastel really well, or
Uh-huh.
rid of the tone, and so I used it for that. But I haven't touched it in years. I lost it, and so like now that I have pan pastels, I want to see
What
what
happens?
those. But
Yeah.
um, oh, okay. So going back, I want to touch
Yes.
base a little bit about sort of your entrance into the kidlit world. Obviously, you go to this conference, you meet people, you sort of feel out what it is you're aiming towards more so. But then there is a point where you get your first deal.
Oh,
And
that took 9 years.
yeah,
That
what
took
was
okay.
that?
So I started in 2000, and when I said I'm going to make children's books, I'm going to work on children's. That was October of 2005. Yeah,
Okay.
and my first book came out July of 2016.
Wait.
And
Yeah. Okay. That was a long
so,
time.
yeah. And I was so tired that I decided to. This is funny. I mean, I was so tired. There's a moment where your work, there's a gap, right? The
Yeah.
quality of your work is not quite there. And you need to work, and you need to work a lot in order to get your quality to go up, right? And have a work that is, comparable to what is published, right? If not better. However, sometimes uh, your work is ready, but the opportunity is not there,
Yeah.
right? there's
Yep.
no there's no offer. And that's what happened to me. And I was so frustrated because this is 2014. Yes, this is 2014, I think. And I have been doing this, and I'm convinced. I'm doing my work, I'm doing the conferences, I'm doing the trips, I'm doing the classes, I'm doing all this work, right? and and then no offer ever. And I was so frustrated that I decided that I was going to quit and start working at a flower shop because I love flowers. Um, and right when I do that, the first offer came in. So
And was that
that
uh
was La Madre Goose, which was a book of nursery Mother Goose nursery rhymes with a Latino twist. In other words, it had sprinkle Spanish. Yeah.
yeah. Okay. With but
Um,
was that something where when it came in you were just like thank you, or was it something that like was there any hesitation on this took so long? Is the next one going to take this long? Is it worth even like the is it worth jumping into something if it's going to take this long for the next offer to roll in, or was it
well,
so amazing that it's just immediately yes, I want to be in, and
um,
who cares
I
where?
was I was at a chair at a getting my hair done when I got the email.
And
And
what did your hair look like afterwards? Did you jump while they were cutting your hair?
no, I didn't, but I was crying. I was crying because it's something that I had been trying to do for so long.
Yeah.
Um, it's too dark. But was it the perfect manuscript? I don't know. But one thing that happened, and that's Stephanie, who's my agent, told me at that time was it will be a great way to, because every story, every poem is a different set of characters in a different setting, and she thought that it will be a great way to show my range.
Yeah, to explore and to
Yeah, because I will have all these different characters in all these different settings, and I did it. And I mean, I'm glad I did. Otherwise, I don't know. I will be probably selling flowers by now. Yeah.
is it a like looking back, I assume it was the right book at the right time for what you needed. Not necessarily the book that makes, nowadays you look at it probably and go, well, it may not have been the perfect book, but at the time, did it feel like the perfect book? Did it feel like, I mean, obviously the timing was good because you were just about to jump ship.
Um, I have to say that I have to be careful how I say this. Um, sometimes, sometimes people can get pigeonholed or
Okay. Yep.
thought that they could only do certain books because of um, their background or their last name or
Yeah. Yep.
cultural, and but it was a way to did my first book needed to be something that was had a Latino twist? No, but it was my way in.
Yeah. Yeah.
Was I able to? Did I have to continue making books that had Latino characters or themes? No, that's everybody's choice. You can choose to shift your career whichever way you want.
Yeah.
I'm interested in themes that are universal. Alma was a book, and that was the thing. I'm making I'm making a book about a girl and her dad,
Yeah.
who happens to
Happens.
be Peruvian,
Yeah.
but it's not about being Peruvian. So the layer is there, and it gives a whole picture, like it gives a three-dimensional feel to it, but it's not the reason why you know the book is sold. Hopefully, knock on wood. It's not being. I don't want to make a book that is sold because it's a Latino character. I want to make an amazing book about a little girl who happens to be from Peru, or if her family happens to be from Peru.
So let me
Um,
let me ask you this pointed question here, and I know that we want to be careful of how we phrase this and things of the sort. But do you feel like there's been pressure put on you in general because of either last name or because of the books that you've done?
no,
Expectation.
no, nobody can put. I don't think anybody can put pressure on you. It's the only person that can put pressure on you is you.
Okay.
You either, and I mean the generic you, not you.
Yeah. Yeah.
um like we decide what we want to make. We decide what books we want to make, what books we want to write, what books we want to illustrate. It's a choice. We just need I really truly believe that we need to be very careful on those choices.
Yes. Yeah.
And sometimes we can, I mean, I've been in the position where I said no to a manuscript. And as soon as I said, okay, say no, I get this knot in my stomach because I don't know if I say no, when is the next one going to come?
Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
But
Yeah.
you have to trust, you have to believe in yourself. You have to trust that things will happen the way they need to happen. And you have to do the books that you truly, truly believe in, that you know in your heart that you will put your soul and heart into it,
Yeah.
because that's the only way to work to me, right?
Yeah. Was that
um
the way? Like, I will admit, when I started out, I did not have. I said yes to a lot of things that probably were not the perfect fit, and now I feel much more in line with saying no. Like, it was really rewarding the first time I got to say no to a project, because I felt like all of a sudden I had this I don't know, relief that, like, oh, I don't need this project to survive, or I don't need whatever it may be. But I'm wondering, when you started out, was there that same sense of pride in your own work habits or in the work that you wanted to do, or is that something that built up over time?
hmm. it's hmm. um I know immediately when something is not for me.
Okay.
um I it's and I what I need to do is, or what I have learned to do is to listen to that first reaction,
Yeah, the gut reaction that you have.
because if I don't, I'm in trouble. Yeah. um I was lucky enough to have my husband working and being the breadwinner while I was trying to get into children's books, and not everybody has that privilege.
Yep.
Um, and I have to say that sometimes it's easier for a man to say no than for a woman to say no.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sadly, I shouldn't say absolutely. Like, it sounds like I'm. Yeah, that's right.
Mm.
That is. I think there's a lot of, like, privilege that has still plays a role in the art industry that shouldn't be there, of course. Um, Do you feel like you know, now that you're established, you've got a name, you got medals, you got all that kind of stuff. Do you still feel
Oh, mhm.
like you're new to the industry in some sense, or that it's still that you're on a learning curve, or do you feel like you've been in it long enough now that maybe that's not as much of a challenge?
I think that we are always learning, no matter what. I mean, there's something else that we haven't quite figured out yet, right? Um, there's always things to learn.
Yeah.
um, I I don't know. I do have to say that I've always had a name. It's just
Well,
it's not it's just uh, eh, I don't know. I hmm,
do you feel like, I mean, obviously, yeah, we you always had style, you always had great artwork and things of the sort, but I imagine that first day when you sat down with, I forget who it was that you said that you sat down with at SCBWI, you were not
oh,
a,
but no. What I'm saying, not as in the arrogant way of saying I am this person, I
yeah,
am who I am. No, not in that way, but in the way of the industry doesn't give you a name. I don't think that's how it works because at the end, we are just the work that we do and we are part of a machine. That's what I believe.
okay,
As long as you produce the work and are profitable for the for you know you have
or,
sales,
yeah,
then you're in good standing.
yeah,
um but it's yeah, I mean, we need to have a passion and a love for what we do, and that shines in the work of people when they do. But at the end, it's a business. It
yep.
really is a business. Yeah.
Did you get, when you were in school, did you get, I mean, obviously it sounds like it was much more of a like traditional, um, painting, sculpture, all that kind of stuff, but did they do any sort of training on sort of like the business side of this,
No,
what industry is?
no, they didn't. And illustration was not even something that existed. I
Yeah,
mean, people were doing cartooning for like newspaper and magazines, and I was doing illustration for toys. So I was doing illustration. I just didn't know it was called illustration.
yeah, yeah.
Um, so should the school have some sort of? I don't think it's okay to disregard illustration like they did at the school that I went to. Um, but I think it was a matter of the state of the country at that time.
Okay.
Um, it was just not a career.
I
I
mean,
don't know if it is now.
that's the equivalent of some of the like European schools where they're very classic in their training, and
This was an art school, 100% an art
yeah,
school with graphic design and industrial design. it was it was an art school. Yeah.
yeah, that's interesting that they wouldn't have illustration in some capacity. Um, did Now, how much of it do you feel like, how much of that training that you had in school translates to what you do today? Is there,
I use it every day.
in what capacity?
Um,
Give me an
in every, uh,
example.
you know, the how I see light and dark. How I compose, like composition, color. I mean, all the, as I said, I mean, all the basics remain to be the same. It's just applied in a different way. Um, we will do, this was funny. So when we were in the first year, you would do these, what we call them, they call them rhythms, right? So first you will spend all this time painting these pieces of like thin cardboard, like light cardboard, in all these different shades of gray, from white to black, all these different shades of gray. And then you will cut them into strips, and then you will create these long patterns with lines. So the color will vibrate in black and white, right? So you
Yeah.
create the rhythms, right? First you will do it in black and white, then you move on ahead to gray, right? So you will do that. And then you will graduate to squares. Still in black and white, right? You will
Okay.
move on to squares. From squares, you will go to circles.
Whoa.
And from
Yeah.
circles, you will do triangles,
Yeah.
right? So triangles were the most difficult because squares are heavy and they take space and they just move really accurately. And circles are like, they move, they float. They like, they're just circles. They just float in the space. And then triangles are dynamic. They cross and flash and so I mean, then you move on to the second year, the second semester, you will move on to the same thing but with color.
Ooh.
So it was tedious and you couldn't understand what you were doing.
Yeah, especially if they're not telling you what's working and what's
Yeah,
not.
especially I mean, I shouldn't say you couldn't understand. I couldn't understand what I was doing.
Yeah.
I didn't understand the purpose of it. But what they were teaching you is the concept of how things move and how they were doing all these for composition, right?
Yeah.
Now, then you move on to using, okay, so you have a triangle. Remember the triangles? That's what you're doing right here. You have a triangle, how the triangles move. You have a circle, how the circles move. They move in circles. And so, yeah, everything that I learned using there was a really long period of time when I was very hurt for what for like having to have left the school. They didn't think I was a good fit, and they didn't tell me don't come back, but they were saying, you're an illustrator, you don't fit here.
Mm.
um so it took me a long time to figure out that it had to happen. And the thing is, if they wouldn't have done that, I wouldn't have come to Los Angeles. If
Yeah.
I wouldn't have come to Los Angeles, I wouldn't have found children's books. I wouldn't have
Yep.
met my husband. If I
Yep.
wouldn't have met my husband, I wouldn't have found children's books. And if I wouldn't have found children's books, I wouldn't be here today. So everything happened the way it had to happen. It's just painful at the moment, but it is what it is.
Yep. No, that makes sense. I mean, it's some people ask me about like the school that I went to, and well, it must have been wonderful, and it was a nice school, but at the same time, it was a good school because of the people that I went there with, not because of the school, if that makes any sense. Like the experiences of who I met was probably more important than the name of the school or the classes that I took. And I think that holds true just in general. Like the it's the same thing you're saying, where we wouldn't be where we were if we didn't go through some of these struggles or
But
through some of these
but
challenges.
all the stuff they taught me, I use. Even the
Yeah.
white paint on of a white cup with like a white piece of cloth and a white plate.
Yep. Yep.
you know, I use everything they taught me. I just couldn't understand why I was doing what I was doing. But that was because even though my dad and his dad were artists, my dad um, my dad didn't get us paint and oils and brushes, believe it or not. So I learned all of that when I was in college. And while other people were doing it before they got to college, right? And that's why you have a leg ahead.
Did he not
You're,
do that for a reason? Was there a specific reason? Like, I don't think you should be working in this now until you understand something else, or
I
what?
have no idea. I have no idea. And my dad has passed, so I don't have a way to ask him. I
Yeah.
have, um, but then there was my mom who loved art, but she never considered herself an artist. And she is. I mean, my mom was an amazing, she would look at something and call it a coat to a puppet to a piñata to a, I don't know, anything three-dimensional. She will look at it and then she will make it. My mom made me coats since I can remember. And she never went to school for that. So
Yeah.
she knew about making three-dimensional things. However, she never considered herself an artist. Um, and she is. She was a writer too. But again, this is Peru in the 60s and 70s. So, things were different.
Yep. Yep. No, the we actually have, and this is one of the that we have at school is a Peruvian student that is a fabulous painter. But
Mhm.
when I hear a little bit about sort of his history and what he came from, there is one of the things he mentioned was this. I can't remember the name of it. It was a specific movement in Peru at the time that was this sort of colonization, getting rid of Peruvian.
Indigenismo.
Is that what it? That
Is
probably.
Were
Yeah.
they painted indigenous people or which one?
Yeah, yeah. It was indigenous people, but they had like Spanish and uh, colonial.
Oh, so they're talking about religious work then. Is it
Maybe
religious work?
I don't
Because
think it
that
was.
was La
It may.
Escuela Cusqueña. That could be that. Because what happened is that when the Spanish came to Peru and pretty much destroy everything and take over everything,
Yeah.
they needed people to have paintings for the churches.
Oh, okay.
So that there was a language barrier. So he will say, "Can you paint llama, which is fire?" But the person will understand llama as a llama because it's the same
Uh,
word. It's just it's spelled the same way.
yep.
Is so, and it's a language thing because the indigenous people spoke other language that were not Spanish. It could be that. I don't know. I'm
Yeah.
curious now.
Yeah, it's I'd have to go poke through some paperwork that he put in, like a little paper. It's been a year and a half, so I don't remember what it was that my memory shot. But it was one of those ones where um, that idea of the rich history was sort of lost of some sort, and it's I don't remember how we got onto this topic, but it doesn't matter. Um, anyways, um, with with the work that you do now, one of the questions I have is like, I think of your work as having this really, again, this rich sort of personal history in it, and it's even more evident now that you're mentioning that everybody in the books are tied to someone you know. Um, but I'm wondering, was that something that was like an early onset decision that I need to make it this way, or I think you mentioned early on that it was like you need it in order to make um, rich, full characters. But I'm wondering, did you ever go through any sort of instances where you had to make a character that was maybe not from a lived history for you?
I'm thinking. Um, no, no, because even if I don't tell who it is, it's someone I know always. Maybe not exactly with the exact same features, but maybe is the
Yeah, there's a hint of.
yes, like the way they behave or the spirit. Yeah, I don't know how to say it. The you know,
Yeah, yeah. No, that makes sense. The idea that the essence of the person is there,
yeah.
whether physically looking like them or not.
Hmm.
Um, and then with the again the work that you make, because it has that sort of history, do you feel like thinking about that idea of the pigeonholing or feeling like people expect that from you? Is that something that you want to fight back? Like, okay, let me ask it in a different way. Today when I was in class, I was talking to all the seniors, and I was
Uh-huh.
talking the way that they work and what they tend to do versus what uh, people expect, and i.e. Um, are they pigeonholing themselves by always doing the same sort of trope or the same sort of making on a regular basis? And we started getting into this conversation about um, how do you fight back against that perception of, oh, this is all this person can do. And I'm wondering, do you feel like you've had to do that in any sense, or do you feel like that's something that at some point you might have to do in order to make sure that you sort of show people, hey, I can do all these other things, or do you think that it's inherently just built into the work that you already make?
Mm. No, it's no. I mean, um, I could get a manuscript and and I could choose to do it or not. Um, if I do it, what repercussions is this going to have in my work? Like, if you make a book about butterflies, are you going to do more books about butterflies? Maybe.
Yeah.
Because they kind of like people start, oh, butterflies. And if your book was successful about butterflies, then they're gonna think about you.
Yep.
But you have the choice. You have the choice of doing something else. Or maybe grabbing the same concept, the same story, the same theme of butterflies and doing something completely different that has not been that you have not done before. I think it goes to it goes to the play of the work. If you, I get bored really easily. That's my thing. I get tired of doing the same thing very, very fast.
Okay.
So the only way I can get, and that's maybe why I do what I do, the only way that I could stay with a book is if I do something that I have not done before.
Yeah.
So call it changing my technique in some way, using a limited palette. But every book that I make, I try to change my technique a little bit. It could be because I added lace in one book and fabric, or because I added gesso for, like lace and fabric was for a perfect fit because it was a book about Lena Himmelstein, who was, later will become Lane Bryant, right? So it was about sewing and making dresses. So I thought, okay, I need to incorporate lace and fabric. Um, if it's about La Princesa I wanted to make a book about Peru that felt authentic, that that portrayed the indigenous people of Cusco, and I also have people from another area of Peru, but I wanted represented authentically and with pride, not a stereotype. So, and I wanted to use red. So, in that area where I put the prince and the queen, they use oranges and red. So I go, okay, I have my red book. I'm gonna make this. Um, it's it's for Sonia. I use paper that was actually made of banana tree bark because it was a book about the Amazon, and I needed that thick paper texture.
Yeah. That chunk.
Um, yes, and I use printmaking. I love printmaking. Um, so I use printmaking for the foliage. Everything that is green is actually, most of the greens that you see in the book are actually lino cuts and wood cuts that I made for the book, right? Um, so I think there's a lot, and there has to be a lot of play in order to keep you there. Because if you end up doing the same thing over and over and over again, then why are you doing it? Right?
It's
What are you learning from it? Because it's all about curiosity, and especially when it comes to art. Um, what are you learning from it? How are you stretching yourself on that? And it doesn't need to be the media, it could be the subject, or it could be the format. I was doing all these picture books, and then COVID happened. And that's when I decided, we were all so tired during COVID. It was so uninspiring. And I thought, okay, I'm gonna make board books, and that's when I did Alma board books, and the Alma board books gave me life because I was sure that I was quitting books at that time. Um, and then I did the book with Molly, I Don't Care, also during that same period. And between those two projects, changing the format and doing a book with someone else, that gave me the curiosity and the interest and the joy of making books again.
yeah, sort of sparked again.
Yeah. I
I
think it's all about joy, and maybe that's what your students need to um, explore. What brings you joy?
I mean,
And that's something that I do say, like, when for people who are starting, pay attention to what you love. Pay attention to those things that you absolutely love. Call it, maybe is pattern in clothing, maybe is baking, maybe is gardening, weeding, I don't know, whatever, even with music. Like, loved I learned to love country music because of the storytelling, and because it's so visual, right? And because in the 90s, in the early 90s, mid 90s, early 2000s, we were traveling with my dad selling his work, and we will drive miles from California to Texas. And when we were in the middle of nowhere, and we didn't have, we didn't have that many CDs, and you get tired of the few CDs you bring with you. So I would put the radio, and what could you hear when you were in the middle of nowhere? Country music. So I started listening to country music because there was no other thing to listen to. And then I realized, oh my God, there's so much storytelling, it's so visual. I love it. And I still do. Um,
it was
but
all what's his
I
name? Cyrus, Billy Ray Cyrus, Achy Breaky Heart.
no, this is no, not even. It was I don't think I even knew the bands at that time, or the groups, or the people. I was just listening to the music. I mean, at that time, it was not like I dived into country music. That happened much later. At
Yeah,
that time, it was just songs by whomever was singing, whatever was playing. But where I was trying to get is, like, it's important to pay attention to what we love, because then we can include it in our work. Like,
yeah,
I love texture, right?
yep.
And it's not something that I love in my work. I love texture when I'm doing things. Like, I love texture. I love, like, the touching the things, the different mixing different textures. That is something that is just naturally something that I love. And then I realized, like, hey, why don't I add that to my work? Then I love pattern. I love plants. So all of those things then make it into my work. Um, but it's the same thing. What do you love? What do we love? And then put it in the work, because what we love matters. There's a reason why we love it. Yeah.
There's one of the things that came up today in class. Actually, student, I have them do this assignment that I call the biggest mistake, where they go back and find a piece that they feel like they really struggled with early in their time at school, and then redo it. Like,
Redo it. Love that.
take
Yeah.
take the prompt, figure out ways to make it exciting for you now. And it doesn't have to be an exact match of what they did before. It's not just a replicate what you did, but it is a, how do you make this thing feel like something that you're proud of today? And one of the students came in and their piece was wildly different than what they did before, but they just said, you know what? I got rid of the idea of what the assignment was originally and just made something that felt right.
Hmm.
And to me that was like, okay, well then you got it, you understand the assignment, that that was the point, was to like get to a point where you're making something that feels natural and doesn't feel like you're just following the assignment sheet of sorts, and you're playing and being expressive with your own sort of true self. And I thought it was nice that they kind of got it, whether they knew that that was the intention of the assignment or not. They they ended up doing the right thing with it. And it's that same notion that you're talking about of like, it's got to be pure to you.
But I mean, every time we revisit something, it's way better. Like, if a piece is not working, sometimes we just have to move on and start again. And the second time it's going to come out so much easier, so much faster, because you already figured out so many things on that first so-called failure.
Yeah. You know what
So
you don't want, at least. So
yeah, you
50,
know what not to do.
yep. With that idea of, thinking about failure, or thinking about that, um, the idea that things don't work out. Have you had projects along the lines where you've, for a good reason potentially, it didn't work out, or that you learned something that was unexpected in some way? Like, obviously
Mm,
the splattering that you talked about with that technique. Obviously, when you're making something like that, you probably didn't know exactly how the splatter was going to work every single time.
Oh, I never know. It's
Yeah.
always a surprise. But I was working. This is funny. I was working on La Madre Goose. So this is my first book, and I have to start painting it. So I have to. I was doing. Some of them were double spreads. Some were two pieces, one spread each. Right.
Okay.
So I was working on the first single spread right in the middle. This is something that I learned from. Um, talk that not a keynote, a breakout session that Mo Williams gave at the FCBWI, I don't know, 20 years ago, um, when he was a guest, one of the faculty. And he said, never start with the piece at the front. Always start with the piece at the middle, because
Mm-hmm.
when you're starting on a book, you're still discovering and figuring out your character. When the reader is looking at the book at the beginning, if it's not right, it will jump at them. But if you get this image right in the middle, because at the beginning the work is not as, you're not as sure of what you're making, right?
Yep.
For a book. And if it's right smack right in the middle, then by then your reader is invested, and it will just go through, because keep going and keep reading, because the reader is already invested. So I did that. I said, okay, I'm going to grab this one spread that is two single spread, and I'm going to start with this one. And I work on that piece, and I'm not kidding. It was this big. It was this big. Okay. So it wasn't that big. And it took me 2.5 weeks, 2.5 weeks to make that painting. And I'm going to show you. It was a little girl, a chair, and a spider. That's all it was. So there's no more. I mean, it's super simple. I'm going to show you here.
But 2.5 weeks for that. Yep.
It was this one.
Okay.
This one took me 2.5 weeks to finish. And then I put it on my away, like far away on the other side, because I like looking at the work while I'm working on something else. And I started working on the next piece that was next to it, which is the little boy, right? This one right here. Started working on these. Then I finished. And then when I kept looking at it, and I hated the piece of the spider. I hated both of them. And I was like, what is going on? I don't understand what's happening. And then move on to the third one. And again, I have spent 2.5 weeks on each one of these single spreads. And I'm running out of time. So I'm doing the next piece. And then as I'm working on the next piece, and I go, I don't care. I know what I'm gonna do. And I grab my brush, and I grab paint, and I started splattering paint all over the pieces on both of them. It was so liberating.
Yeah.
It was so, I mean, the amount of stress, because I was so stressed about making this first book, and what are they going to say? What is this going to do? And what if it's my last book, and my first and my last? All this stress.
Yeah.
And the minute that I started painting on everything, throwing painting on everything, it felt like so much better. And that's how I started splattering paint on my work. And it was just, I have never stopped.
Is there
Yeah.
is there something technique wise or things of the sort that you've um, always wanted to try that you haven't had the chance to?
Mm, I'm thinking. Probably wash, because I tried a little bit of wash, but I haven't tried painting wash like, like I do with my acrylics.
Yeah.
So yeah, I want to try wash. That's one thing I haven't done yet.
And then what about oh, this is going to be related or in my mind at least semi related to this with the idea of the changing mediums for books, like the idea of using the was it you said banana leaves?
The
Yep. Yeah, banana.
banana bark tree leaf. They the bark. They make the pulp from the bark, and then make paper out of it. Yeah.
So that idea though of you're using a material that potentially you're unfamiliar with,
Mm-hmm.
um, with doing that, was that something that there was lots of trial and error first, or was that something that sort of once you jumped in, you kind of knew what direction you wanted to go. Like, I'm wondering about the experimentation, and how does that change your actual making process?
I never know how it's going to go until I start working. In the case of this paper I brought it from Peru. At that time, there were 5 women who were making this paper in the Amazon. So I had it, through WhatsApp, I talked to one of a woman who asked them to collect all of the paper that they had, which was like about 40 pieces of paper. And then I had it shipped to my best friend in Lima, and she saved it behind her bed until I managed to make it to Peru to bring the paper home.
Mm,
So everything I saw it on Facebook. At that time, I had Facebook. I don't have Facebook anymore. I don't
yeah.
like it. But and my figure drawing teacher posted this paper for certificates, like for diplomas and stuff. And I'm like, oh, and I have been looking for the paper for Sonia. And as soon as I saw the picture, I just knew that's the paper. And when I got the paper, the paper was slightly small. So if you look at Sonia, every piece, every double spread has a line either on the left or on the right of the paper, because I had to seam a little piece to make the paper long enough to be the size that I needed it.
Interesting. Okay.
And so it was like sewing almost.
Well, that's also
And
that few amount of papers. You didn't have a lot of room for error to either.
that was a problem. I knew that if I messed up, I would have no book.
Yeah.
And that delayed the whole thing. But it was fear. It was not that I couldn't make it. I was completely taken by fear.
Yeah.
So I did it really slow. Um, my dad was also very sick and was slowly passing away, so
Mm.
that added to the moment. So if you look at the case, yes, the case for that, it took me 2.5 weeks. But if you look at that case, it makes more sense that it will take me that long, because it was big and it was all these leaves. I'm going to show you. This is the case.
Was
That's the case. So this took me 2.5 weeks to paint. But the problem was that the paper had so much texture that it will eat my, my color pencils.
yeah,
Um,
it was gone.
yeah, it was like sanding them. Yeah,
Did
yeah.
uh are you normally like it sounds like you're a very slow and meticulous artist, but the equivalent of a book, just trying to estimate, is there a time frame that you normally that it takes you to make a book?
A book sketching takes me longer than normally takes me longer than painting, because I figure out color palette, texture, everything on my sketches.
Okay.
So sketching can take me 4 to 6 months. Painting takes me about, I would say, 4 months. Some books go faster, like the Alma book took me 2 months to paint, believe it or not. Um,
Wait, are you
so it depends.
that's
Yeah.
fast or slow? The 2 months.
2 months is fast for me.
Yep.
A whole book, yeah. For me, it's fast. There was a time I did a book for the Nestle company for this Nido, which is the Spanish. This book, Nestle hired me to create this character and make a picture book. And this was, I don't know how long, it was a while ago. And I painted the whole book in a month, which I would never do again. Um, that's the fastest I've made a book.
Was okay. So here's a question based on that. I did a book once where I painted the entire thing in 15 days.
Mm.
It was a 40 page, or maybe it was 48 pages. However, it took 2 months to do the edits on it because there were
Oh,
little tweaks that had to happen. And so it felt really like great in the moment, like, oh man, I really plowed through this. But then after the fact, it's, oh no, I got to go and change everything to make stuff work right. I'm wondering, with that one that you did fast, was there a lot of adjustments that had to be done afterwards, or is that something?
no, because this is traditional work. So it was in my contract that there were no changes.
Oh, well,
Yeah.
okay. Explain that to me, because my stuff is traditional too, but I've never had that stipulation in there.
Uh, I I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I I I mean, I do a test piece, but I mean, this was Nestle. It's different than making books with
Oh,
publishers, right? But I did a piece. If it's a new publisher, that's someone I haven't worked with before, they don't know my work because we have never worked before together. Sometimes I do one piece and then they get to see it, because one thing is to see my sketches and another one is to see the artwork. Like I could show you a sketch, but that doesn't mean, it doesn't tell you what colors the artwork is going to be or anything.
yeah.
So I can understand how they want to see what I have in mind. We don't want to wait until the book is finished to say, I decided to make my whole book in, I don't know, purple, which will be a cool idea, but it's definitely not, maybe not what they expected, right?
Yep.
When
Yeah.
they thought I was going to do full range, Technicolor, right?
Yeah. They have,
Um,
and you don't want to surprise them at the last second
yeah,
and
but
go,
it's a conversation that happens early on, I think, by now. Like so by the time I'm working on sketches, first I do thumbnails. By the time I'm working on thumbnails, I already have a sense of what everything, how the look is going to look like, what is it going to look like, what colors, what paper I'm going to use most of the time. Um, so it's a conversation that I have early on.
yeah. Have you had any like major hiccups along the way of publishers? I mean, obviously, like it is your work is traditional, and so there's that challenge of it's not as easy to edit and move stuff. You can't just be like, well, move that layer over. Um, but have you had challenges along the way that have caused sort of distress or, you know, stress rather in your process, or
Um,
smooth sailing when you hand
but
in?
I create artwork traditionally because it's a choice, not because
Yeah, ease.
it's my, yeah, it's my
Yeah,
choice. Even if I said, if I'm the last person doing traditional art, that's what I want to do. I could do it in a computer if I want to, but it's a choice not to do it. I believe in the act of creating art with your hands, which by the time you're cutting a piece of paper, putting, making a mess, splattering things, or maybe making a amazing mistake that is just changes the course of the artwork that you're making at that moment.
yeah.
Like it changes the direction of the work. But for that, you need to be making the work. And I believe that just like handwriting has to be done by hand. I mean, you can do it in the computer, absolutely. But I am a traditional artist and I love being a traditional artist. Um,
Let me ask you this then, with because one of the challenges that I find is, and I'm in the same boat. Like I like getting messy. I like the aspect of playing as I make, and digital just doesn't allow that in my process. I'm sure it does for other people, but it doesn't for me. Um, but the challenge that I run into oftentimes is the aspect of how much I put into a sketch or a sketch for the art director versus how much I want to put in, or how much is going to somehow, again, pigeonhole me or define what I'm doing before I want it defined. And I'm wondering what sort of level of sketch do you hand in? Uh,
um,
how?
oh, you're talking about the how detailed your sketches are? Is that what you're
Yeah,
saying?
yeah.
Oh, how detailed are they? I'm curious.
I
How
mean,
are
mine are relatively loose, like
Oh,
back
okay.
of sorts. But when I started, this is actually pretty tight for a sketch that I have on the one tonight.
Uh-huh.
But there are times where it's much looser, and I'm trying to get looser every time because I'm afraid it's going to start to feel too tight or too refined. And that's where I'm sort of wondering, sort of like, yeah, what's your setup when it comes to how much
Okay,
you?
so I think the best way to do it is to show you. My sketches are very detailed. Um, Let me think about this. Uh, Here. Um,
I think that's why I'm kind of wondering, is because you do such detailed work in your final, and it's sort of like, yeah, how
um,
locked in are you when you make?
I'm trying to find something that is closer to publication. um, let's see. Oh, this is a good one. Bear with me. Okay, so hold on. Mm, yeah. Um, oh, I don't know even. My sketches are super detailed, super detailed. Like everything from like they are very. I don't move things either. Like if I figure out that this is where she needs to be, and I crop it this way, right? She
Yeah,
will show up like that on the painting. There's no. And I
yeah,
know some people are more loose, but for me, it works the opposite way. I need to have everything, and that's why it takes longer on the sketches because to me, it needs to be completely figured out. If I have a loose sketch, I will not know what to do when I'm painting. So I
okay.
need to sort out light, texture, color, all in my head while I'm sketching.
I mean, that makes sense, especially like with the idea of when you say that your uh, you don't do a lot of revisions after the fact because it's it is what it is, especially if you are doing something that is so planned out to a T in some sense. In that sketch stage probably makes it a little bit easier for them to not they know what to expect when you hand in that final versus sort of you coming out of left field with the media or whatever it may be, or the composition gets relatively locked in. Do you find that, like, how do you maintain the consistency though, in some sense?
Within the book or
Yeah,
how? What?
like how do you match the sketch? Is it something that,
Oh,
like, are you
uh,
doing an overlay of some sort so you can see it? What's
I
the
do like when my sketch is done, I will do. This is like, for example, the paper that I would use, right, for painting. So before I add my layer, I will have the drawing transfer, but very light, like some guidelines. And then I put my paper on it, so my drawing gets even. I erase it, and then I put the paper, so it gets even more erased, more lighter, I should say. And then I start painting. I found out that if I were to do a perfect sketch when I go to paint, I'm restricted by the drawing underneath. So
okay?
what I have is a light transfer, and then let things, accidents and color and
Yeah,
happen as I'm painting. Um, but my layout does not change. Yeah, like she will still be sitting there. Maybe there will be a splatter or something, but it doesn't change
yeah. You're not
layout wise. Yeah.
working
So
or
then I'm very picky when it comes to type placement. um, so I like knowing exactly where things go, so I have enough room for type, and it doesn't. I try to be neat and leave that room for type, so it feels purposeful and not just you know we need type. Where do we put it? If
yeah.
it's here, great. Yeah.
Is there when you say type, meaning that the placement, not necessarily that you're doing the type layout of any sort?
No,
Yeah,
but I
yeah.
do love working on text typography. I love typography, but
Yeah.
and I try to do that. I try to do that like handwritten type for my books on the titles. If I can, I will. Um, but I when I was talking about that, it's like if I were to have a manuscript, then I know exactly what 2 lines or 3 lines or whatever amount of text is coming here, and I lay it out there, and I want it there. Like I most of the time I know exactly where the text is going to go.
You sort of understand the galley layout,
Yeah.
how
Mhm.
much fits on this type or this page is what fits on this one, et cetera, down the line.
Yeah, so
Um,
that is figured out before I go to paint.
gotcha.
Where are we putting because then the designer comes and the art director come and then they say, oh, let's move these or let's add that or whatever.
Do you with the actual final production, do you do a lot of sort of check in with the art director and editor, or is this something wherein, like, obviously everybody has a little bit of say on that, but I'm wondering, this is going to be just a sort of stupid thing that probably people don't care about as much as I do, but because I'm imagining you're going from book to book, relatively, projects are lined up. Um, is it something where you have the time to sit down and get into the minutia, or is it something wherein you put a lot of faith in what they do, how they do it, and hope?
Define minutia.
Minutia meaning like the tiny little details, like, oh, I don't like this typeface, or did you
I
guys?
love I love being an active part of all those details
Okay,
because a book is everything. I mean, the typesetting, the layout, the how, what color paper, what paper we use. Is it matte? Is it uncoated? Is it, um, I don't know. There's how thick is the paper that we're using?
yeah,
Um,
I know there's folks who like that is not their cup of tea.
I do love it. I
Yeah,
love it. It's, I think, I mean, a book is you touch it, you have it, you hold it, you flip through the pages. So every little detail matters. To me, it does.
yeah.
Um,
Have you held up a project trying to get one right, in the sense of
um,
slowed down a project and go, whoa, whoa, we can't go to print yet because this still needs to be figured out?
we had instances with when, and that's heartbreaking sometimes, when the artwork just doesn't reproduce the the originals, like if you compare the
Yeah,
proofs with the originals,
yeah.
they just,
Like,
and it's,
or
yeah, it's heartbreaking because we spend so much time trying to make the art as good as we can, and then it just doesn't. And then when somebody, to me, in my head, when somebody looks at the artwork, it's not that the printer couldn't, the the there were problems with color correction. Is Juana made that skin look green? How is it that the people are green? People should be pinkier. You know what I mean? Little things like that. Um, it breaks my heart when that happens. Yeah.
is there are there projects that you feel like in general were the smoothest sailing, like you didn't have any hiccups, you didn't have anything that got in the way, and just it was an easy process for all involved?
I think those are the board books, to be honest with you.
Why is that?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what it is. But the board books are just light and fun and bouncy, and they just go so easy. And really, there's no surprises so far. Um,
Do you like board books more than picture books in that case, or is it? I mean, obviously it's a different beat.
it's different. It's
Yeah,
completely different, and it's completely different. It's like speaking a different language. Yeah. Um, I love them. I love making them. My brain works a different way when I'm making them because you're talking to a much younger audience.
yeah.
So the frames, what you show is different. The language that you use is different. Um,
And so
yeah.
there is one other question that I haven't really delved into, and I think is important in this case because you are an author illustrator, not just an illustrator. And sometimes I have on just illustrators, sometimes I have both author illustrators and whatnot. But with that idea of writing, how is that sort of part of your process? Is that something that took time and patience to figure out? Was that something you were trained in at any point? I mean, obviously, you did.
I mhm. I wrote in Spanish before I moved. Um, I think like many people, I had my notebook with my favorite sentences that I collected from books that I would read, and, and I don't think I'm the only one who does that. I hope, but I will. I love words first, then I love sentences that are just gorgeously beautiful and like moving, and so I will collect them. And then pretty soon I was writing, and but then I moved, so there was a whole language transition to speaking and writing in English. Um, so there was and there is a learning curve. Um, but it's just a different part of my brain. I
Yeah,
love, I love, I love when I get a sentence that is just like, like just perfect. And but it doesn't happen as often.
okay, yeah, it's not.
I mean, it takes a lot more work than when I'm drawing. It's just a different part of my brain. And
Is
I bet if I wrote all the time, that will happen a lot more often because I'm practicing, right? Because like everything is practice makes perfect. Yeah.
with the writing side, did you? I mean, obviously, your agent is helping you with getting book deals and things of the sort. Was there a lot of sort of training on the job, or was it something that you felt pretty solid with before you got the agent?
Oh, I had two agents before Stephanie. I didn't last. I couldn't get to a year with either one of them. They were just not the right uh,
But
match. And I've been with Stephanie for 14 now. Um,
remind me,
did
Stephanie's last
Stephanie Sanchez von Forstel. She's with Full Circle Literary.
full circle. Okay.
Yeah, yeah. And I don't know. I love her. I really do. And she helps me in so many ways. It's I don't know. It's amazing to have an agent that believes in you and like lets you explore and believes in like you will come up with like this crazy idea and she goes like, okay, let's do it.
Yeah, yeah.
I
The
mean,
presentation of it.
it's yeah, but she also helps me in so many other of so many ways. She's I love working with Stephanie. I really do.
Are there?
Um,
I mean, obviously, there has to be books that you put forward that Stephanie goes, eh, we need to rethink this one and
no,
whatnot.
because I don't get that much chance to like make my own books because most of the time and most of my contracts are for illustration
True.
only. So and that's what I'm working on right now. I'm working to carve myself time so I can make my own books because I don't have the time. It's not that I don't want to make them. I just don't have the time and because of the contracts that I have. So I have to, that's the other reason why I have to be very careful on what I decide to take.
What you take.
Because whatever I take is putting me, putting my own books 4 years ahead, 4 years later. So
Yeah.
whatever I take is like pushing it, pushing it, pushing it. So whatever I would do right now will be coming out 2030, 2031.
Oh, whoa.
Yeah, yeah.
You're working on today won't come out till then, or stuff that's in.
No, if I sign something right now,
Okay.
it will be like no the stuff I'm working on right like books that I have will be coming out 27.
Yeah, yeah. Okay. I
Yeah,
was.
27. Yeah.
I'm really giving you if that's the
Yeah.
case. That makes sense. Okay. Um, with with the idea of giving yourself time to write and giving yourself time to sort of think and process what you want to do, how much time can you give yourself right now? Is that something that's sort of a struggle to get time to make and to?
It's a huge struggle to carve the time to do it because I have to do the work that I signed. I have contracts that I signed already. So, but that's what we're working on right now, carving the time out so I can do that. Yeah. Yeah. And it
Um,
will happen. It will happen.
and you have kids, right?
Yes, I have three. Two are adults, and we have my daughter who's um, 13.
Okay. Yeah, I was wondering,
Yeah.
like, so as they were growing up, you were going into Kidlit and exploring that world. Were they a major factor in sort of your either interest level in Kidlit, or like how much did they participate or weigh in on your experience in the Kidlit world?
I did not make books because of them. However, when I was making books and when I am making books, they still in some way help me. Like I always ask them to, tell me what they thought about a drawing or a scene or a book or how words sound. And I still do, yeah, especially with my daughter now. And she's pretty amazing. She's very good at
Yeah. Are any of them
yeah.
at this point? Have they taken up the mantle of?
No, no, not for children's books. They are artistic, but in different ways. But I didn't come to children's books until 35 or
Yeah.
later. So maybe that will change. I don't
Yeah.
know.
There's still time for them to be swayed to the light side, not the dark side. Swayed to the light side. Um, and did you were thinking about sort of like growing up with them and joining into Kidlit? And again, this forgive me because I'm sort of paraphrasing. And I don't know if this is 100% true, but with the idea of you did not grow up with a lot of picture books to
I
read.
didn't have any picture books.
Yeah,
Not
so
one. Yeah.
your experience was probably also in a same vein, the same time frame that
With
they were
them.
through it. In
Yeah.
some sense, I would assume. Uh,
Yeah.
was there were there books that sort of resonated to you at your level of or your time frame of going through them that you saw a very different or a very similar reaction in your kids?
There is one book by Brian, illustrated by Brian Kara. It's called Mancha, 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 that is still quoted um, here at the house. So are the piggy and elephants, like,
Okay.
especially when we get invited somewhere.
Wait, what do you
Is
mean?
it a pool? Yeah, you're invited to a party. Is it a pool party? Is it a custom pool party? I don't know if you read it, but it's amazing. We
Oh,
always quote that book. Yeah,
okay. Okay, I
yeah.
did. You're talking about the content of the book. I was thinking like, what, like you pull it out at every party and you go,
Oh no 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 no
read
no 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 no!
elephant.
When we are invited anywhere, we always quote
Gotcha.
this one book. Yeah,
Gotcha.
yeah, yeah. Yeah, I didn't explain myself.
So
Right.
speaking of like books that you liked, are there books that now are beyond the ones that like family oriented ones or ones that have that nostalgia factor of like, oh, you read those to your kids? Are there books that have become your favorites recently? This is the hey, is there someone you want to plug section?
Oh, okay. Let's see. As in, whose work do I love?
Yeah, like who are you looking at these days? Who's the
For illustration.
illustration, writing, what have you?
Okay, so writing, I love uh, how Mac Bernay writes picture books. I really do. I also love Julie Foliano for authors. I think they are so. I really like what they do. For illustration, I love. I love Isabel Arsenault. I love Renata. Is it Renata Sala? Uh,
Oh, Felicita.
Felicita. Felicita. Yeah, Felicita
Uh,
Sala.
yeah, which
Uh,
I would
Beat-
probably dig too.
Yeah. Um, Isabel Sonao, Felicita Sala. I love the work of Erin Stead.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I love that was my first, and I still love her work. Is Rebecca Dautremere. She's French. I love her work. Um, she's not famous like in the US, like she's famous around the world.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I love her work.
But
Um,
you're not. You didn't go to Bologna, did you?
no, no, no,
Okay.
no, I didn't.
Like
No, no,
I didn't know if because people are wrapping up and coming back home, and I was like, I hope you didn't just like fly in and all of a
no,
sudden.
no, 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 no,
I
no, no,
mean,
I didn't go. No.
okay. Have
I
you been?
have never been. No, I have never been to Bologna. One
Yeah.
day I will. Yeah, but it
That's.
hasn't happened yet. Yeah.
I feel like there's so many people that I saw like posting, "Hey, I'm here," but then there's also about 50% of those people are also, or of other people are going, "Hey, I wish I could go, and I can't go this year or someday," and I'm in that someday camp where I
Yeah,
think
I have
we're going.
never been to the book fair. One day I will, but no, I haven't yet.
Yeah,
Yeah.
got
Mm.
it. Are there artists? Well, okay, let me ask you this because as I was saying, are there artists that you look at and you go like, "Man, I would love to work with them," or like, uh, converse with them. But you actually did a book where you worked with someone else with Molly Idol on the I Don't Care book. Can you tell me a little bit about that process? Because that's not something that's every day that people mix and match and work together on a project like that.
Yeah. So Molly and I known it, know each other since our kids were. She had two, and they were 0 and 2, and mine were 1 and 3.
Okay.
And we met in Phoenix, and so that is how many? 20 years ago. Yeah. And I lived in Phoenix, and I was trying to start into to work on children's illustration, and she was one of the people who lived in Phoenix. Now, at that time, SCB was still doing
In person.
um, like yeah, in person like illustrator meetings, and I will go. And I remember people will talk about Molly, but I never got to meet Molly, and I thought like Molly's a product of everybody's imagination and it's not real. Um, but what happened was that she was pregnant at that time. And they will talk about her. Did she have a baby? Did she have? No, not yet. But I never met her until much, much later that year, in December. And that was 2000. I think it's what, 2006. Yep, 2006. So it's 20 years now. December of 2006. And so then we started having a lot. We kind of like liked each other and how we worked, and started to start having some very awkward coffee get-togethers.
What is that?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, when you don't know someone, you have really awkward conversations,
Oh,
right?
okay.
Yeah. So we had some really very awkward dinners, lunches, coffees, and then it got better, and we were close friends. Um, so I think she was offered to illustrate this story by Julie Foliano in 2018, I think it was.
Okay.
And it was about these two girls who were best friends. And then she thought, oh, I'm going to illustrate Juana and me, because we will always talk about, we would talk about what it would have been like if we met when we were little. So she thought, oh, I'm going to illustrate that in the book. And as she was working with the concept of the book, she thought, but who am I to illustrate Juana? Juana can illustrate Juana. And then she had that idea and sent me a text, right? And she said, hey, do you want to illustrate a book together? And at the same time that she texted me, she emailed her agent, Stephen Mook,
Mm.
and Steve and proposed the same idea. And then Steve talked to Neil Porter, who was the editor for the book at that time.
Yeah.
So Neil talked to Julie.
That's a lot of.
Yeah, a lot of people. And so Neil, Steve, Julie, they were and Molly, they were all on board, and they responded immediately within a half an hour, saying yes, let's do it. And I hadn't responded to Molly's email yet, that text yet. Um, and the reason why I hadn't responded is because I was petrified um, of the idea of working together, not because I didn't want to work with her, but because I was scared that that will hurt our relationship as friends.
Interesting.
Um, because God, one thing is to be friends with someone, another one is to work with that person.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
two
yeah.
different things,
Different
right?
capacity.
Yes, it's just different. I mean, and I'm messy, and or so I thought. Like I'm so messy, and so I'm always like, I have a hard time with so many things. I don't know if I can do this, and then she's gonna see that part of me. There's a whole different story, right? So at the end, I said, sure, let's do it. And we end up doing the book. And Neil was okay because at that time, we lived 25 minutes away. So he thought, how is the artwork going to be? Oh, that's not a problem. We just go to her studio, or Molly or Juana comes to my studio, and then we'll have everything done, and that will be fine. Um, and that was how we signed. That's how we signed the contract. We were going to work together, and we were going to be physically together. However, the pandemic happened. When the pandemic happened, my family, we decided to leave Phoenix and move to Connecticut.
Mm, okay.
And um, so that brought a whole layer of complication to the whole situation. But we did it. I mean, we did it, and we drew. We did our sketches. I would do my character. She would do her character. I had to do the foliage. She got to do the trunk. She will do the. There's a swing, a tire that is on a swing, and she did that. I did the. What is it? What is like we had separated items that we would do. I
Yeah, yeah.
did the lake. I did the lake. I did the grass. Um,
Now,
yeah, yeah,
because you work traditionally, were you?
yes.
How did you manage the actual production, especially if you lived away from each other?
I know, and on top of being on a pandemic. So what we did is we would scan the sketches and put them in Photoshop, and work the sketch, and then pass the sketches back and forth until we felt that they were right. So that was easy. That was the easy part.
So it was a digital application, really. Or
Yes,
you
yeah,
weren't.
it was. We use Photoshop, and that's fine. I mean, I don't have a problem. Again, I don't have a problem with digital work. I do my sketches. A lot of my sketches are, everything is done by hand, and then I scan everything, and then I tweak because I'm so anal. What happened, the reason why I switched to Photoshop was because I will do this girl, let's say this woman, and then when I will put it in my on the computer to lay out the type, I realized that I want her to be moved. I wanted her to be a little higher, but so I need to show more of her legs, or I needed to have, something else. So I end up doing every item separately and put it all in Photoshop. So I was able to move everything. So everything, that's why my sketches are so detailed, because you have every item completely drawn. Anyway, back to I don't care. We put everything in Photoshop, sent it back and forth. We got the sketches approved, and now it came time to um, paint. We decided that the best way to paint was to use graphite, because that way I use mixed media. She uses color pencils,
Hmm.
and using if we were to use color pencils or mixed media, one of us will feel like he's not as does not have the media down like the other, like it was a different level, right, of work. So we thought, but instead, when we sketch, this is easy. I mean, we both are good at sketching. We both can sketch. So we're going to do it sketching. So the key came to, how do we make this work? We're going to have graphite work on a special color paper, and we are going to add color by using lino cuts. And we're
Yep.
going to only use two colors. Molly was teal, I was yellow. And then when you overlap them because you're doing printmaking, then you have green. And
Yep.
that was the concept of the book. So once we had that figure out of where the colors were and everything, then we had to start painting. And the first thing we did was, believe it or not, the first thing we did was we ran the teal color. So Molly will do her printmaking and then send me her pieces with just printmaking. And then I will add my sketches and my printmaking and then send them back to her. And she found a way to do only 4 swaps. And that's what we did. We divided the work. We had one half, I
Uh,
had one half, she had the other half, then we swap.
yes,
And then we
you
did
weren't.
the other half and we swap again. And
Yeah.
then we swap again and it was done. So yeah, that's how we did it. But the biggest thing was what paper we were going to use. What paper, the paper, since everything was graphite, the paper really mattered. So we had to find a paper that was warm enough that could take the ink from the printmaking, that could be erased if we needed to with the with the graphite.
Yep.
So we went through like, and again, we're having the pandemic. So what I did is I went onto one of the art supply websites, and then I read all the descriptions, and then I ordered like 20 different papers, and and then gave them all Molly the same list. She just went to the store because she could go in Phoenix. So here I'm like an hour away from everything. Um, and then we tested the papers, but we did a test where we gave each paper a number or a letter. I did letters, I think she did numbers. But we didn't tell each other that we were doing that. So I will grab my paper and I will write a little letter right here. And then I had a little paper where I kept all my, like A is this paper, B is this paper, and I kept my list. And they did all the tests without looking at what paper I was using. And when I was done, I looked at all the samples. I said this one, and then look at my number. It says is A. A is this one paper.
Yep.
And then she did the same, but she did it with numbers, I think it was, without knowing. So we were on a FaceTime call, and I go, okay, so what paper do you think is best? And she goes, oh wait, let me see my list. And that's when we figure out that we had done exactly the same thing. And we end up picking the same paper, just
That
like that, just like that. Yeah. Which
magic.
gave us a lot of peace of mind
Yeah.
because we were on the same page, literally.
Make that joke too. You beat me to the joke there.
Yeah.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
that's great because that could be a big detrimental hurdle to get through.
Yeah.
Um, with now with the mailing, like you had to mail them back and forth, right?
Yes. Yeah.
How careful were you packaging those?
We had boxes and bags to wrap the artwork before they went in a box.
Yeah,
And then we did it next day. So, and then we held our breath until the other one got it,
and there were
because that's how it goes.
no
Yeah.
issues, nothing got bent.
No, everything went smoothly, other than the country being on a pandemic.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
But
That that little thing. Uh,
yeah.
I'm watching as you're making. It looks. I don't know. Is the top part? You didn't put like an overlay on it, did you? Like a tracing paper?
No, this is just paper.
Okay, it's. I think it's the glare from the light.
Yeah, maybe.
Right, and
Maybe.
it gets softer,
Maybe.
but I think it's a. Oh yeah, I can see as you
Yeah.
the paper it
The
changes.
light, yeah, the light gives it a weird shine because it's graphite. Yeah.
Yeah, with material wise, obviously I'm assuming graphite is the main thing because it shows up when I was looking through the colophon for all the books. Graphite showed up pretty much in every single one of them. Uh,
Yeah.
but is there is that sort of the follow or not the follow? Is that the sort of the lead on all of it? Is graphite as the
At the beginning, everything that I did had graphite at the beginning. And then I move on to color pencils or something else. And the main reason was shine, because when you're scanning, you have a light source, and then you got this area where if you see it in a certain angle, it's not as dark as it should be because it's graphite, right?
Yeah.
Um, but for the book, I don't care. We use this, and this is matte, so it's slightly different.
Yeah.
However, I love this ones because it's pure graphite.
I'm wondering, even with the idea of the graphite, uh, did you try like what's it called, jet black pencils or the
We
um
did, we did. I know those are kind of like waxy, right? They have some wax in it, right?
I think so. I don't. It's been a long time since I've used one. It's just one of those ones where, like, I know that it goes black versus gray, or versus silvery, rather.
I think I have, but I for that book, I don't care. We used the black wick matte,
Yeah.
which cuts the shine. Um, for Yeah, I think the same happened with oh, Princesa. For the Princesa and the Pea, I also use graphite, but I was finding that the graphite was, I mean, the thing with the graphite is it gives you that control, right? Because it's sharp, and you can sharpen it and then get this little tiny um like edges or ridges, or I don't know. It can be very tight,
Yeah.
but yeah, I don't know. It was a shyness that could get from the reflection. And even with color pencils, sometimes I have to be very careful, because if I use the black from the color pencils that I love are Prismacolor, and the black in Prismacolor can get, if I use too much black, when it reproduces, it loses that darkness because of reflection. Yeah.
I have found that my favorite pencil now, because I used to use Prismacolor specifically, and I've added some Faber Castell, but I have found that Caran d'Ache,
Yeah, I know. I have them. Yeah.
yeah, that they're my like go-to at this point. And I don't know whether they're wax based, if they're oil based, or what they are, but they just hit um, uh, the right like material. They stick down better for what I'm using and whatnot. Do you, when you're working with new materials, how much of a like deep dive do you do in the material? Like, are you spending weeks and weeks trying to figure out the material, or is it something wherein you play more on the fly as you're making?
I play as I go. Um,
Does that mean
yeah.
come out as a surprise in some sense?
Hey, there's always a surprise. I never know what's going to happen.
Have they
Yeah.
come out in a way that uh, surprised you in
Bad
a
way.
not necessarily in a bad way, but like in a way that was maybe not as ideal
Oh, I
as,
have a good one. Okay, so I was working on A Gift of Dust. And when I was working on A Gift of Dust, I had one spread, which is the opening spread. Where is it open? Yes, it's, hold on a minute. No, it's the last spread, which is a mom holding a baby, and there's a window behind, right?
okay.
And the window, the book is all about dust and wind, right? So I had drawn the drapes flowing, right? So as I'm going to paint, I go, oh, I know, I'm going to use this fabric that I have. You know how we have curtains, drapes, but
Mm-hmm.
we also have that super thin one that is almost transparent, like tulle, I
Yeah.
think it's called.
Yeah.
All right. So I had some tulle in my box, with my paint, with my fabrics, right? I look and I go, oh, this is just perfect. Oh my God, this is exactly what I need. So I glue it all right. I put it all down. It's just perfect. And it has the little pattern in it. Well, the tool was 100% polyester. And the problem with that was that no matter how much paint I put on it, it will just suck the color out of it.
Ah.
So I will when I will do the splatter, I have to physically go with a brush and then put paint on top and let it dry and then do it again and then do it again and do it again. So that was kind of like an interesting. I won't do that again, unless it's 100% cotton,
Yeah.
but not 100% polyester. I just didn't know. Yeah, but at the same time, on the same piece, I have lace, and the lace took the color completely different, right? So it's a different material. Yeah, different things happen with different materials. Yeah.
I like that you said that it, uh, that, oh no, I forget what it was you said now. Bear with me. I lost my train of thought there. Um, how when you're working on when you're working on a book, are you steadfast in that book and that book alone, or I mean, because again, I imagine you have quite a few books that are coming and going through your inbox periodically at different stages along production. But are you at a point wherein the how do I want to say this, that you have to shift gears periodically depending on the day and what's in front of you, or are you someone who like gets a book done then goes on to the next one?
I wish I could swap between books back and forth like a lot of people do. I can't. My brain doesn't work that way. So when I'm in a book, I'm completely there. And because I changed my technique and I changed the way I'm doing the work, then my brain is thinking as, differently, right? I'm thinking of
Yeah.
how I'm getting that book done. And going back and forth is very difficult for me. Before, it will take me about 2 weeks to be able to swap in between books. And I will finish one, and I have a routine. So when I finish a book, everything is delivered. Now I'm done that day. I move on. The next morning I come and I still have my table of things from that book. So I open my black acid-free box, and then I will go through the process of sorting everything that I did for that book. It could be the paintings, the sketches, the artwork is gone, but like whatever samples I did, the sketches, the printouts, the color guides, the notes from my editor that I print out, and then I go through them as I'm working. Everything goes out. If I do printmaking, then my printmaking, like the wood cuts and the lino cuts, everything goes in that box.
Yeah.
And I close the box, I store it, that's done. Technically, I can move on the next day to the next book, but I can't. Um, so it's kind of like I don't know why. It's just the way my brain works, and
Grieving the project, or
I I I have to find my way into the new book. So and this could be, some books are easier than others. Sometimes it's because I don't understand why I can't. Um, I just try to sketch, but it's painful. It really is. Like I try to sketch, and it's like I forgot how to draw, but at the same time, it's me thinking I will never be able to do this again. I can't draw. I will never be able to do a book again. It's just like it's just
yeah, you have
but
to.
but I know it's fear, right? I know it's fear, and I'm by now I'm aware that it's fear of the new book, of doing their work right, of what's going to happen with the book, and what are, if it's a subject matter that is difficult, like for example for Fry Bread, right? I was really stressed with that book. Then what are people going to say about this book? Am I going to get in trouble because I'm making this book? I get all these overthinking, right? Until I figure it out, and then I start. And once I start, it's painful until it's not. And then it just flies. But it's at the beginning is odd. Yeah.
You so let me ask this question. This is a dumb question that I feel like is asked by a lot of people, but I think is um, probably pertinent in this moment, with the idea that there's this question of what would advice would you give someone who's just starting out, but thinking about it in that sense of you're restarting your project every time, or when you start a new project, you're rethinking it and you're replanning and whatnot. Is there advice that you would give yourself, now that you're potentially stepped back from that moment of having to restart a project?
But I think the biggest thing is face the fear, because the only way I'm going to get out is by doing it. So I
Okay.
have to get some really bad drawings at the beginning done. And I still sketch them. I still sketch them. I still scan them. I still put them in the folder for that book. So I get to see them and I keep them in that folder. It's not like I toss them. Everything goes in there. It's part of the process. It's still there. It's like really bad drawings until I find my way. It's just the way it goes. But it's just facing the fear, and it's a personal. I mean, I don't think I'm the only one who goes through that.
No, no.
Yeah.
Every start of a
Yeah.
has some sort of challenge of, is this the right direction? Am I doing something that was similar to what I've done before?
I don't even think about that. Because I don't approach the book that way. What I when I have a new project, is my thought is, how am I going to make this book different? What am I going to do that is not, that I haven't done before? That's what keeps me coming to do more, right? And I've sometimes at school visits, the kids, the students ask me like, when are you going to stop?
What are you going to start?
Or something along those lines. I'm like, how long are you going to make books? That's what they ask me, right? And I am going to make books until I feel like I'm not doing anything new. If I'm not doing anything new, then why am I sitting here and trying to make something?
Yeah.
Um, Not only is detrimental to our own work, but it hurts your it hurts your readers. Because if you have a book and you've done exactly the same thing that you done in the previous book, then it will got maybe that next book, maybe people will buy it, maybe someone will buy it and say, oh, I really like her work, let's buy it. But then it's the same thing. So the next book, you go like they will doubt and go, I don't know if I want to spend $25 on a new
Yeah.
book. I know exactly what I'm going to see. You know what I mean?
Yep.
um Maybe I'm wrong, but that always, I always think about that.
So, is there is there a method that you work on that gets you to that point of um, knowing, like, oh, this is the right thing to do for this book? Like, is there a process to just making those decisions that you've nailed down, or is it really just every book is so wildly different in your head that you can't really rely on a system to restart, or to like the equivalent of, I look at my books and I go, well, there's a goal that I want to achieve in every book, or there's some effect I want to do, that I aim towards, um, and I've sort of established that before I even think about what the book is going to be, or like the project that I'm working on. And so I find a thing that I want to do, and then I find how can I apply it to the book that's in front of me, if that makes any sense. It's
I
oh, go ahead. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. I think, like, okay, so for example, a few manuscripts came like, I had some manuscripts that came about immigration, for example, right?
Okay.
And I passed on all of them because I felt that I wouldn't bring anything new to the to what has been done already, right?
Okay. Yep.
Um, But yeah, but then this project came to me and it was completely different. And it's a book that is coming out this year in September, September 29th, I think it is. It's called Mariposa's Journey, Butterfly's Journey. And it's written by Belen Medina. And I illustrated it. And it was about the monarch butterfly, right? It's about the monarch, the journey of the monarch butterfly. But in the illustrations, we don't have, we do have butterflies, but the story centers on Mariposa, which is butterfly in Spanish, who is this little girl traveling with her mom, right? So this is a subject of immigration, right? This is an immigration book. However,
Pulled through butterflies.
completely different. You see what I mean?
Yep.
Um, I think that's how I look at a manuscript when it comes to me. Um, how can this be, how can we, this book be different from what's out there? Yes. And I try to aim at that. I fail,
Yeah.
fail, but that's what I aim for, right?
Yeah. I mean, fans
Um,
expected that there's times where you're like, man, this is going to work out, or I have a big plan that's going to make absolute
I
sense.
mean, there's so many aspects to a book being successful. Is I mean, there has to be a. It could be an amazing book with like words, amazing picture book. I think an amazing book, gorgeous illustrations, beautiful writing, and then it doesn't have the support from, doesn't have the money behind it to put it in the right words, in the right places, in the
Yep.
right hands. So then that book fails to make that journey, right? Like be that successful title. Um, or there's some books that make it incredibly well, and then sometimes you look at it and you don't understand why they were successful, right? So it's such, it's there's so many things. Um,
There's too many factors to actually weigh into, like, or
yeah,
to be able to predict in some
what's
sense.
gonna happen? I mean, you can put your heart and soul into it, and that's all you can do. That's all we can do. We can
Is
do as good as a job as we can, and that's all we can do, I think. And whatever happens, happens.
Yeah.
And yeah,
I mean, some of the books that I thought were going to do really well didn't, in my case, and some of the books I thought weren't going to go anywhere or we're not going to have the same
did. Yeah,
did. And so, like, it's all random, and you hope for the best, and sometimes you're rewarded, sometimes you're not, and but there's always hopefully the next book around the corner that allows you to sort of, you know, challenge yourself or come up with some new idea. Um, with I wanted to ask a little bit about your book library now. Obviously,
hmm
you have books. You have started collecting books in a different manner than probably what you did when you were young.
hmm
And I'm wondering, do you have a big collection of books now? Is it
I have a lot of picture
only not
books.
still?
Uh, and um, I have stopped buying as many in the last couple years. Um, but and then the other thing I do is if I have, I rotate them, right? So I sometimes I grow, like I have a book that I loved 10 years ago, and now the book could be at a school library. So I donate them, right?
Donate. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. To make more room because there's so much room. Yeah,
Yep.
there's so much room.
You have so much bookshelf to play
Y-
with.
uh, Yeah, I mean, we moved to this house and we built the studio above the garage. It's a big, large room. We have I have bookshelves in three out of the four corners. But there's so much. I mean, I have titles in I have books in Spanish because I like those two. I have titles in French. I have titles in, like, wherever we go. I look at bookshelves, bookstores, and then collect books because. But sometimes I change my mind, right? And then they go somewhere else or in
We
somebody else's home. Yeah.
we just went out and bought more books, and I don't think we have room for them on our bookshelves anymore. And so we're going to have to add bookshelves. We have like a built-in bookshelf that we made in my studio, but it is full at this point, and so I'm not sure what we're going to do. But the problem is I don't want to get rid of books yet. I'm
Not
still,
yet. Uh-huh.
yeah. Eventually, there's going to be a point in time where I don't really have a choice, and I'm
Mhm.
going to get rid of them. But it's a few years down the line at least at this point. I mean, we went out to a book sale at some libraries just this was it this last weekend? May have been this last weekend, and we ended up, they were uh, for sale, so they were cheap. And we ended up buying 50 picture books, roughly.
Oh,
Now they were used, and so it wasn't super expensive, but
it's still there. It's that amount.
yeah, it's still 50 picture books, and so like they got
Yeah.
somewhere. And so I use them for teaching too, so it's some I can justify it a little bit more in my head than potentially what others might, because I can
But
write.
still, they take room.
Yes, they
Yeah.
take up physical space.
Yeah.
So eventually that's going to have to be addressed in some manner. With thinking about sort of artists and the type of books that you get, is there a sort of a approach or like a distinct type of book that you sort of look at now for getting? Uh, and like you mentioned the idea of the Latin American books, and so like my wife and I think it was for Christmas or one of the holidays here, um, I got some money for a bookstore and I went and found there's a publisher called Transit, I think,
Okay.
and they do only Latin American authors and illustrators.
Uh-huh.
So I just got like a collection of. I was like, oh man, I got this influx of these books, and so and my wife and I like books that are not necessarily traditionally American publishers
Mhm.
because I feel like there's a lot more like wild things that happen.
Mhm.
So Eastern European or South American or African or all these different things that we can get our hands on. I'm wondering, is there some sort of thematic thing that happens with your collection at this point that you can go like, oh, this is the type of book that you like to get?
I am a very visual person, so I buy books because I fall in love with the artistic approach. Yeah,
Okay.
that's what it is. Yeah. Um, I love how they decided to make the artwork, or either the style of the work or the subject that they picked to do, decided to do. Um, but no, I don't limit myself to just
Yeah.
one subject. Yeah.
It's a matter of like, I would
I
say
like them. Yeah, I look at the book and I go, "Oh, yeah," and then I get it. Yeah.
I found when my son was young, I used to go to the library a lot, and I had this problem of, and I consider it a problem in my case. I was buying books, or not buying books, but checking out books that were pretty, but
Hmm.
overlooking books that were maybe not my aesthetic,
Hmm.
but not to say they were ugly or anything of the sort, but maybe not my aesthetic, but also had like such good stories. And I was immediately just going, oh, I'm going to get the books and check out the books that are the ones that visually I'm excited by. And now I've gone back and said like, okay, there's all these classics and things that I wouldn't naturally gravitate towards, and I got to read them just so I know what I'm missing out on. And some of them I buy, some of them you know, they still aren't in the collection. But how do you have a library that's near you that you go to?
Oh, we have the Waterford Public Library, which is the closest one that we have.
And do they know you by name there?
I don't know. I don't know if they do. Yeah.
Should
I
they?
don't. I would say no. Yeah.
You got to go in there more often then. You got to
Maybe.
go in there,
Maybe.
know who I am, and strut around for a little. We the library that we have here, we check out so many books on a regular basis that I walk in and they immediately look on the shelves of, do we pull anything for you on hold before I even say hello?
Yeah, I used to do that when we lived in Scottsdale. I have my list of what is it called, holds, and then I will go and pick them up. And
Yeah.
but that was a different, that was a different time.
Well, you had little ones at the time, right?
No, no, not really. Not, it was not for them as much as, I mean, it was, of course, they read it too, but it
Yeah.
was also for like looking at what was being done, and
Oh, like research purposes.
yeah, all that. But I don't know. I don't go. Um, I don't go out as much. I work and then I will go and get something done and come back, and I don't know. I I don't know. I
What
don't
about,
know.
do you have a bookstore, a local bookstore that's your,
We have the our local bookstore is about 25 minutes away from here. It's called Bank Square Books in Mystic, Connecticut.
oh, wait, you're near Mystic, Connecticut?
Yeah, 20 minutes, 25 minutes away. Yeah.
Have you been to the aquarium?
Yes.
I want to go to
Uh,
that aquarium so bad. Because don't they have like a beluga whale or something?
it's been a while since the last time I was there. Um, I don't know. I would lie if I would say yes or no.
Oh man, I want to see a beluga whale, and I heard they have one there, or something of the sort, and so I need to go there, and I've been dying to get down there. Do you go to the SCBWI stuff now that you're close to
No,
the
not
port?
in New England. Not in New England. I used to when I was in Phoenix, but
Because
not in New England.
the New England one's coming up.
I
That's
know. No, I have never been. No,
it's in Connecticut somewhere.
Stanford. It's
Is it?
Stanford. I looked it up. Yeah.
Yeah, they moved it from Springfield to Stanford, but the it's one of those ones I haven't been to it since the pandemic, so I don't know exactly sort of what it's going to be like this year, especially because it's going to be closer to New York. And I heard there's going to be a lot more agents and art directors and whatnot there. But
Oh, really? Yeah. It's Stanford is about. It's close. It's definitely closer to New York. Yeah.
yeah,
And I think they're using isn't it like Yukon?
I think so. Yeah,
Yukon, Stanford. Yeah.
some of the sort to sort of host the whole thing. But do you get out to other events? Like, are you doing ALA or anything of the sort?
I will be at ALA. Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Is there
Yeah.
a book in particular you're going for?
I'm going to get my cyber or Paka Paka. Yeah.
The I went years ago, and I'm going this year. It's been a while since I've been, but I'm also dreading flying because of all the TSA stuff. And if I don't even know if it's solved at this point, but having to deal with that
Well,
in
it's
Chicago.
only a 2 hour flight, right? I think it's 2.5 hour flight. It's not that
Yeah. Oh,
bad.
the flight.
Yeah.
I'm not worried about the flight. I'm worried about the getting into the
Airport.
out of the
Mhm.
airport. That's the challenge, but we will see.
Yeah.
Um,
Well, I think I'm done.
think you done?
Yeah, I think I'm
Okay,
done. Yeah.
let me get this paint off my brush, and we'll do a proper sort of send off for you. I got a ways
Okay.
to go. I still got to do all the flora and fauna in mine. I just got the primates done so far.
Should I flip the phone or not? Not yet.
Yeah, go ahead and flip the phone. I'll flip mine in just a matter of a second.
Okay, hold on. Mhm.
Sort of toning my board as I go along. All right,
Then
flip mine.
to do this.
There we are.
I need to do that. There, my head.
Beautiful. Let me make myself pretty before I get on camera here. There we go. Thank you. I mean, first of all, this has been wonderful to watch you work and to watch the like precision and the graphite work and the detail level that you get in there, and to hear sort of the process for it all, because some of this has been sort of a mystery to me. I understand it's graphite and I understand it's paint, but to see sort of and hear about the sort of combination and the thought process that goes into this, with uh, the piece Do you normally post stuff like the thing that you did tonight? Would you post that online, or is that something that feels sort of like,
Uh, you know,
uh,
I haven't done it in so long. I used to do it, but I haven't done it because most of the time I'm sketching stuff for books, and the
yeah?
books are not going to be published. But I could probably post that. That's not a problem. Yeah.
If you do me the
Hmm.
favor and tag me in it so I
Tag
can
you. Okay.
when it's finished. But this has been lovely. I know that I know it's late at night for plenty of folks. I don't. Are you a late night artist or are you a no early day? So this is late for you. This
This
is
is real. At this time of the day, I'm normally sleeping. Yeah.
oh okay.
I say.
Well then I want you to go get the rest that you need. Um, I'm just getting started. This is early for me. So I'm going to keep going for a bit, but this has been
Okay.
lovely to get to know you and to have the conversation and to hear all about your process and some of the history. Is there anything you want to plug before you hop off for the night?
Oh, maybe. So I have three books coming out this year.
Okay.
One is called Off the Wall, and it's another book with Molly, both
Okay.
of us together. Um, and that's coming out August 4th. And then I have another board book, Alma book number 5, that is coming out September 5th. And it says Alma y sus animales, Alma and her animals. And it's about animal sounds. These are bilingual board books. So how you say meow, meow in English, and meow, or wow, wow, and woof, things like that. And then the third one is the Mariposa's Journey that is coming out September 29th. And I'm excited for all of them. But I have these three books coming out this year, so that's what I'm planning.
That's a lot uh, in the, what, a matter of like 5 months, 4 months. You have three coming out. Is that right?
In 3 months,
Yeah.
August, September. Well, 2 months. Yeah, August, September.
Yeah, that's a lot in that
I
short.
know.
Okay, you're
But then
gonna.
I don't have anything else. I mean, I didn't have anything before or anything after. So they
It's all.
just happen to be all clumped together by chance.
You're going to be busy out there promoting, though. That's going to be nonstop promotion going on. Well, this has been lovely, and I appreciate you taking the time. I know that your time is valuable, and I want to be humble in saying I really appreciate the fact
Thank you.
you took the time to chat with me for the night. And otherwise, go get some sleep, much needed sleep. And
How do I get out?
what? How do you get out?
How do I get out?
There should be a
Yeah.
little X on the screen that allows you to,
Oh, yes, I see
yeah,
it.
so
Okay,
you just push that
perfect.
little guy and you're done. But otherwise,
Well, good
this is,
luck with your painting, and thank you so much. Thank you to both of you. Yeah,
uh,
and
thank you.
bye.
Good night. Uh, okay, folks. Before I forget, before you jump off, I have them here next week. We have on Monica Almado, who did Mr. S, which I don't know if you've ever seen about a sandwich that's a teacher. It's a really fun book that came out. What year did this come out? I feel like it was this last year, but I could be wrong. Let me double check. It was 2023. Wow, time flies apparently. And then I also have this one, which I have not participated in much, is the Museum of Very Bad Smells, which is actually a scratch and sniff. And so you can go sniff a stink bug. I think there's is that a fart that you can go scratch and sniff. I'm tempted to smell them all. I smelled, I think, one of them. I don't remember which, but I'm hesitant because, how much do you want to smell stinky smells? But I guess that's the point. I guess I need to do it fully in here. So anyways, this one's really fun if you haven't had a chance to poke through. And then I will post stuff on YouTube coming up. I'm trying to think if there's anything else. This is the 4-year anniversary of the show. So stay tuned. We got a whole nother year ahead of us. I don't know how long this is going to go. I'm going to be 100 years old at some point doing this. But this has been a lovely night of chatting so far. I'm going to flip my camera back down and keep working until I get this thing done, and we'll go from there. Otherwise, let me flip and we'll get going. Again, here's my sketch on the wall right there. You can see it. And here's where it is. Let me make sure I get this somewhat in shot. So yeah, there we go. That's pretty good. I'm trying to figure out the background color right now, and I might end up just using this this off-white. This is actually an unbleached titanium to get the background color, the color I want it to be. The challenge that I'm having right now is getting rid of some of the texture, and I want the colors. I feel like this sort of, I don't know what I want to call that, light aqua is taking away from the colors of the animals. Like I want the animals to have a little bit more of a punch of color. And so what I might do is sort of a mixture of some white and some of this unbleached titanium and get me a tone that's a little bit lighter than what's there. Or not necessarily lighter than what's there, but a little bit more of less color, let's put it that way. And then let the leaves and stuff do the color work. It's a matter of, I want to get this thin enough that I'm not chalking this thing up or making this too paint heavy. I don't want it to be too textured in the end. And so it's a matter of moving some of this paint around and layering and potentially even using a little bit of pan pastels to get this to be a little bit lighter where I need it. And I don't mind some of the color poking through in moments. So like I don't mind that there's these little splashes of that sort of aqua color poking through, but I need to just be careful in how I place this down so I don't cover up too much or do any major shifts on edges that I spent time working on. So again, trying to get this just some sort of fun tone to work with. I do probably have to do the pan pastels just to make it a little less plasticky in the end. But if you have questions, throw them in the comments, and I'm happy to answer. Chris Carr, one, it looks like, says, I love your show. Thank you. Well, thank you back to you. I appreciate that people tune in. I know some people tune in on the night, tonight, and then some people are going to probably tune in on YouTube or after the fact. My hope is that people tune in and that they get value out of the show. It's been a lot of work, but also rewarding, and I would say beneficial for me, not just for, I hope it's beneficial for the audience, but it's beneficial for me because I get to meet all these people that I wouldn't normally meet. I mean, talking to people, not just in Connecticut like tonight, but also around the world, and sort of feeling like I'm being welcomed into this world of kidlit in a way. Even though I've been in it for a while, I still feel like a newbie. And so it's lovely to have this show to be that springboard for conversations and whatnot. So, all right, let me see. Whoop. Just again, I'm trying to, I don't want to have to switch brush too much in here, so I'm trying to do it without having to swap brushes all the time. Apparently something's going on upstairs in my house. It sounds like someone's dropping things left and right, so hopefully that stops. We'll see. We'll see how much they care. Let's see. Okay, so what kind of questions do we have, people? Teacher Mary can't stay as fan. No, I am headed to another volleyball game. A volleyball game again. Good. Tell them they got to win like last time. Otherwise, that you're going to be ashamed of them, and they are no longer part of the family. I don't know how much they won by, but I know they won last time. Wait a second, Teacher Marin, if you're still on, where do you live? Are you're on you're in like Central Time Zone or something, right? Or Rocky Mountain Time? I was gonna say, why is there a volleyball game this late? And I remember that I feel like there was something about, I read somewhere about you being out that direction, but maybe not. This feels better color-wise. I don't know if anybody's seeing this, but just that idea of this like cream color versus the green, I think is lovely. There's someone upstairs that's talking very loudly, even though they're whispering. I do know that. And banging on the floor. I do know that. That was a die? Yeah. Oh, that's the, I gotcha. Yeah, the terrible 20. So what kind of questions do people have? Let's see. Am I heading to the SCBW conference in SCBW? I couldn't even say the whole thing. SCBWI conference in Stanford. I am not. It actually coincides with the commencement ceremony at the college that I teach with. They put it on the same Friday, Saturday time frame, and so if I were to go down there, it's going to be a busy time for me in general, just because of school ending and senior shows and whatnot, and so it just didn't make sense for me this year. I do think that maybe I will go again, maybe next year, if it doesn't line up in the same way. Normally it was earlier, but pre-pandemic, it was, I want to say it was like either the last week in April or early May. I could be wrong, but it felt like it was at least. And so there wasn't as much of a conflict with school. But once it gets into that sort of mid-May, that's when I run into problems that I don't want to run into conflicts that way. I will be going to visit, not necessarily doing anything at it, at the Acton's Silver Unicorns children's book. Oh man, I can't even say it. Kids Graphic Novel Festival at the Silver Unicorn, May 1st, I believe. Is it May 1st or May 2nd? It's the Saturday, I believe. That's first one's in May, whatever that is. And then I will be, like I said, going to ALA in the summer and doing a book signing and whatnot there for my new book, which is back here. I can show. Hold on, I'll show a little sample of it. I'll go grab it in 1 minute. Let me just get this last of this paint off of this brush so it doesn't stain, or doesn't, not stain, but doesn't cause a problem on the brush later, so I can put it in the water and stuff. I just want to get the last sort of block in some of this. I'm going to have to do a second pass of it, but that gives a better sense of color for me. Let me go grab said book. So, there's a picture. Oh, that's not what I wanted. That's someone else's artwork. This is the first author's copy I got of my next book, called Boogie and Tea and Twinkle and Hue by Kathy Stinson and me. And it is a 48-page picture book that is, I'll just flip through real quick so you can sort of get a sense of what it looks like. It is a fun sort of, well, not fun. It's a sad tale about haves and have-nots. Let's put it that way. That came out really nice, and so I'm especially happy with the spot gloss that's on it. And so I'll be doing a signing of this at ALA with Kathy, and I'm trying to figure out, I need to sign it somewhere, and so I'll probably sign it on the end paper because it's nice and big, and I can just do it right here, or I can do it around this, which makes it easy. But I thought about, actually, I have so much scrap from making the book that I could actually go and take a glue stick and a little piece of scrap, put a dot of glue down, stick down a little scrap, and then draw on the scrap of the paper, so they got some original textures that were from the book. So like some of the water and sky and that kind of stuff is here. And so I don't know if that would be fun to do as a sort of a special treat. And then I need to hear back from them. We were talking about selling an original at the actual ALA and some other odds and ends that would make it special, but we need to nail some of that down as we go. And so if there's people that go to ALA, there's going to be probably a raffle of some sort to win an original from the book, or an original that is a one of a kind that's not even in the book, but an original that I make with the characters, using the same setup, so someone can have something that's not even a special, or what do I want to say? It's not a book piece, but it's its own entity that's a one of a kind that no one else has ever seen. And so we have to weigh that out and figure out how that's going to work. But we'll figure it out. We'll have to make it. Get, oh, that's the other spot I need to get. Was up in here. I need to get these between these monkey legs. Once I get this in, then I can put the hats, then I can put the flag in, then I can put the, I'll show you the sketch again of this for anybody that hasn't seen this yet, but Chris Carr, thank you. Okay, so this is the sketch again. So I have to do, the little monkey dude is holding a candle, so I got to put the candle there. I got to put the flag, I got to put the hats on, I got to do the Flora and Fauna, and then shadows underneath, and that will be that. What I'm going to probably do is come back in here and draw, you know, some little odds and ends texture-wise in the background too as we get there. But I have, what, approximately an hour to get it all done. We can do it. We can do it. You can do it. And I will. So, let me get the best brush for what I need. And I'm going to do, again, one more pass over some of this just to unify the color a little bit better than what it is. It's just it was a little thin in areas, so I'm just kind of thickening it up. But I kind of like the little halo effect that it gives. I just want to, around the characters, but it's some of the bigger blocky sections. I just don't want to have that much of the original color popping through, so I'm trying to block some of that in, like around the tail of this guy. Woo. Okay. Get a little bit more down here at the base. A little bit more on the gorilla side. Gorilla side? It sounds like homicide, but for gorillas. It was around that time that the town was stricken with 3 gorilicides in one night. Actually, like a little hint of that pink popping up in there. The tiniest little bit. Sort of, again, thinking about like the flora that I'm going to put in here after the fact, that just these little hints of tone that pop in. Has someone gone to bed yet? You thought I was talking about him? So, again, for those that are watching, if you have questions, pop them in the comments. I'm happy to answer anything and everything from either a professional side, from a artist side, from a teacher side, from a human being side. Feel free to ask questions. The more the merrier. It keeps me entertained and gives me something to talk about. Okay. Well, looks like it might be pretty good. And now I'm going to do a couple of little touches here just to get these little pockets, like around the ear, and this little nook and cranny there. Maybe in there a little bit. And then using this, again, this pink tone that I have now, and punching a little bit in these wells that are there. And boom. Okay. So now it's time to put in, well, first air dryer it. Well, that's not a good. Okay, now I'm going to grab my. There we go. The white here, and I need a brush. I'm going to grab a big brush here. Big old stinky brush. Do we have a good one here? Hold on a second, let me look. I just need a funky chunky brush. This one will work. What I'll do is do this, and what I'm doing is trying to get rid of some of the sheen on this. So if I want to go do colored pencil back on top, I'm not having to fight the sheen of the acrylic. It sort of just mats it out a little bit for me. Just gives it a little soft matte finish. So I can look at it and I can go like, oh, there's a little shine right there. I can get rid of. It's just pan pastel. Lauren, I'm using pan pastel. Don't get any wise ideas. I'm using pan pastel. I can put that one back now. Let's get this back up here. Okay. So I want to put hats in, but I want to also put in leaves. And so I'm going to come in here and put in some things like that eventually. Okay, let's put hats in. It's a question of how will white hats stand out in here? Will those be strong enough? Yeah, it looks like they will. Okay. You could also just cut these out of paper and stick them down. Let me see. I'll figure that out. Let me get a good scrap. Let me try that real quick. Gotta be opaque enough. You don't see colors through them. I don't know if that's going to do it. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Let me see what happens if I do this. This guy's got a little hat down here. A little bit more white. This could be a silly question. When you do your artwork for a book, do you ever edit digitally, or are the creations finished once it's time for production? I do. It's not a silly question. I go back and edit in Photoshop. So for the most part, the project is brought in as traditional, so it's scanned in. So I have, an original piece, but in doing an original like this, there's always going to be some funkiness to it. There's always going to be, a little edge that tears, or there's going to be, for the most part, what I end up with is little textures that get in the way, where like I don't want a seam to show up as heavy as it shows up, or in certain cases, a brush bristle ends up in the final art, and I got to get rid of it. And so Photoshop is the easiest way to do that. It's not always the a big part of the process. Most of the time, it's just a last minute thing. Like I would say, on a book, I probably spend an evening doing digital touch work to it. For the most part, it is all done before I even get to the scans. But then there's just like I literally go through and just get rid of little blips or mistakes, or sometimes, like I said, a bristle stuck, or maybe a texture. Like I look at it on this guy right now, and there's that little bit of orange that shows up right there on the shoulder. I don't know if you could see it in the vision that we have right now, or the setup right now, but I might tone that down a little bit. Minor things like that sort of pop up. So it's not dramatic of any sort. Let me see. I'm just trying to remember where I'm putting some of this stuff in. So let's say right about there. Those are going to have polka dots on them. We need to have little strings that go around their heads. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this little brush. I'm not going to use pure black. I'm going to use black plus probably a bit of the red. So it gets a little purple, a little bit of what I'm using is a blue in this case. I have a couple different blues that I'm using here. But I'm trying to just like make a neutral sort of color, but dark enough that it stands against all the characters. And so I have something like this, and I can go and go. I don't want to touch the eye, so I'm just going to draw this up to the little hat there, and then I'm going to make a little knot and two little strings that sort of poke off of that little knot right there. And then this one it's so it can't fit around the gorilla's chin, so it comes down and just wraps around the gorilla's head, like so. And again, I'm going to make a little knot with a string that ties it all together. These aren't elastic, these are actual strings. This one will go down the side of that guy, maybe it's there too. And that may be it, minus a little tie at the bottom of his head. Now I gotta do polka dots. So this is sort of picking colors that are the majority of this piece, and I'm just gonna make little polka dots on there. They're going to be different colors. There's going to be multiple colors on each. But for now, I'm putting down this sort of aqua color. Let's see. Taking illustration from hobby to pro. Working full time, it's hard to be motivated to draw at the end of the day. Any tips on pushing through? Okay, so I understand. I forget who I was talking with this recently about sort of staying motivated. It may have been Tom Froese who was on last week. I know we talked a little bit about that, but I feel like there was someone else. So one of the things I would say is, there's the easy answer, which is like, you got to do something that you love, and then it won't seem like a chore. But I also think there's the challenge of, if you have something that is a job, sometimes it's going to be a chore, and you don't want to, like, hobby and chore, you don't want to mix too heavily, because you don't want that line to get too blurred. Let's put it that way. But what I would suggest in general is to give yourself, and I think I mentioned this the other night too, but give yourself enough sort of pre-done things that you're not having to reinvent the wheel every time. And so one of the ways that I like to look at it is just like getting some compositions, just some literally compositions, not what the composition is of or anything of the sort, but just a composition that you can use when you need the idea of, or when you're trying to come up with an idea, just something to look at so you can go like, oh, that seems like that would be fun to work with. And then same thing with like color palettes. So you have some pre-done color palettes. And so you're not having to, again, come up with a whole new idea every single time that you're sitting down to work. You can sort of have a catalog of things that you can pull up. It's sort of like having a reference sheet where you're like, oh, I need to figure out what a tiger looks like. I'll just use this. Same thing. I need an idea for a piece of artwork. I'm going to pull this list of ideas that I've previously done and not have to rethink or redo something from scratch. I tend to, when I'm struggling with an idea, I use, there's two methods I use. One of them is a thing called lateral thinking, which I probably have talked about on here before, but I'll go through it in a second. And then the other is using sort of a loosey-goosey finding an image versus finding the painting. And I'll explain that in a second too. Let me just get this last color down on these. I'm just trying to get a little bit of this color worked up here so I can get in there and do it. And essentially it's just some little yellow dots on these. So they're not only doesn't have to be a lot, but a few yellow dots here and there. Maybe one more right there. Okay, there we go. We got party hats on. So here's the video is down. All good. What? Did the video drop for a second? Must have dropped for a second. Okay, or at least for someone it did. Here's what I would say. So lateral thinking is if I take the word, let's say anger, and then I say anger means fire, and it means, let's say a grimace. I'm not sure how you spell grimace, sure. And it means fist, like a fight. And it means, what else can anger mean? Enemy. Now I start to say, what does fire represent? Fire represents hell. Fire represents heat, smoke, blah, 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 down the way. Grimace, teeth. I'm going to say drool. I'm going to say like brow or crunched brow, right? Crunched brow. Fist, fingers, punch. I don't know, I'm going to run out of those. Enemy, evil. Let's see, contrast, right? Good versus evil. Blah, blah, blah. We can go through that. And all of these, I've sidestepped the word anger. Now I can say, like, I can combine the word hell and, let's say, crunched brow, and let's do finger, and let's do contrast. And now I'm going to bring those back together and say, how can I combine these three, or four things rather, into something that's really interesting that maybe gives a different idea from what anger is meant to be. So the trouble with the idea of lateral thinking is, here's the challenge that I have in front of me. I'm going to sidestep it. I'm going to go around it. And so if I have something like anger, and instead I'm doing, maybe it's the portal to hell, right? That is this thing, and it literally has angry brow. It looks like it has teeth. Flames are in it, and people are having to walk into that that, you know, they've been damned to hell, blah, 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 and they have to walk through that space. And maybe there's like pillars of rocks that look like fingers that are sort of locking people in. So they're like, you know, it's sort of they're directing people towards that. And then I play with that contrast of the darkness of this mouth from hell. All of a sudden I got this image that represents anger, but it's not just, here's a guy who's angry, if that makes any sense. And so lateral thinking is that, again, that idea of sidestepping the problem that's in front of you, going around it by adding extra things that are sort of unexpected and putting things together in a new way that you're not normally used to. The other thing that I mentioned was the idea of just having stuff preloaded. So sometimes I will come in and I will just do this. Hopefully this is on screen here, but I will take a box and I'll just go boom, 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 and let's do, and I started to say, is there anything in that sort of that looks like anything to me? So I could sit there and say, this looks like mountains, and this looks like, you know, a hill, but I could also turn it a different direction and say, well, maybe this is a fish that's here that's trying to eat something, that this is the bottom of a boat. This is a fishing line that's been caught on something down at the bottom of the ocean. And, you know, all of a sudden I'm starting to build a story because of just the shapes that I put in. But that idea of doing it on a separate piece of paper, so if I'll do the same thing here. Right? If I turn it one direction, it might be a fish in a boat. I might turn it this other direction, and it becomes, well, this is flippers or a duck foot, and this is a duck. And then all of a sudden, it's like, here's the food that's in a bowl for a duck, and now I just need to draw the duck head. That's my duck head. That's poking his head down in the food, and I got a different story from that same composition. And so that idea of using sort of pre-done compositions, lateral thinking I use a lot of times with editorial work. So if you get an article, the article, what I'll do is I'll go through and highlight words that are just interesting words in it. It's not necessarily that it has to be the exact story or have to be perfect to what was what the story, you know, what the concept is going to be in the end, but just what are some cool words to play with it, have fun visuals that I can play with and add to and take away from as the rest of the story starts to develop. Let's put it that way. And so with a combination of those two things, I sort of get to a lot of the idea building that I want to do in books relatively quickly. And so to me, that's sort of the easy way to sort of solve what you're talking about. Of, you know, if you're stuck, find some method or some workaround that allows you to be a little loose and a little goofy with your thought process or your ideation. And some of that is just getting away from the expected. Hopefully that helps. Luke illustrated and Chris Carr, thank you. I appreciate that. I'm gonna make this the little flag up here because it's showing up in some of those colors. And I need to stick it down, and then I gotta do the what do I want to call it, the stick that it's on. Where am I time wise? I got about 38 minutes to get this done. I think I will. We'll try our best. This needs to lean ever so slightly that way. There we go. Okay, now let's put that stick that runs down to, hopefully I put that in a place that's okay. We'll see. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. It's not too bad. I'm just trying to get this. there. Let's get some of these lines in here a little better. Okay, let's put that little candle in this guy's hand. I'll probably make that just to keep that yellow popped in there in some capacity like this. You can have, maybe it's a little bigger. Okay, I'm going to grab that little bit of black again and make the wick. And now I'm going to add a little hint of flame showing up. So this little color in here. Okay, I want to cut out a little 4 if I can for that. I need a dark swatch for that though. So let's grab again a little dark swatch here. In fact, my painting's getting a little messy, or my what do I call it, palette getting a little messy. Let's see. Luke illustrated, not a problem. That's the whole point of these nights, especially if it's the guest is already taken off for the night, is it's time for me to answer. So if you have other questions that you want answered, I'm happy to share. It's called I Teach for a Living. I'm used to it. So let me dry this off. Okay, let's cut this out now. And then I gotta do one other little tweak to it. But again, I'm keeping an eye on comments, so if you have any questions. How many books have I illustrated? I have illustrated, I believe, 16? Somewhere in that range. 2 of them I wrote. All the others were written by other folks. The 2 that I wrote were early on, and I want to write more, and I'm trying to get back into writing. It just, time-wise, especially with teaching and things of the sort, trying to set aside time to write is not always the easiest, and I am not the best at it, and so it takes a little more effort on my part to do that. But I think 16 total. I hope. Otherwise, I'm telling people the wrong thing. Although 15, I think 15 have been published. 16, the 16th one is publishing on September 1st, I think. But you can pre-order now. Let me just try to chop this 4 so it can stick down there. Come on out of there. So hard to come out. Let's see if that works. Well, number 4 there. Okay. Beautiful. Now, because this is hard, I always find this very hard to do. I'm going to glue the page. When it gets to tiny little pieces like this, it's easier to glue the page and then stick it down than it is to glue the back of the paper and then stick. And so, there we go. That should stick down there. I am going to add shadows and stuff underneath, but I think the next step, well, I gotta do one other little tweak to this, which is the Gorilla needs tiniest little bit of shadow that runs on sort of where this guy's over. It doesn't have to be much, but just a little touch of it there. A little touch on the feet, the fingers, and a little bit of that. But that way the dimension makes sense. Same thing with, I do this here. This guy could use a little shadow being cast out that way. I will look at the comments here in a section. It looks like there might be another question, but just bear with me. I'm trying to make this a little further without getting too dark here. There we go. Touch up this little lip right there. This little tiny spot where it doesn't touch. Ears, little tufts of hair. There we go. Okay. How long does it take you on average to illustrate a book? The average that I get is generally about a 6. I'm going to say 6 months from sketch to finish if someone else illustrated. Or I'm sorry, someone else wrote it. And so it's about 3 months of sketch. It actually takes me less time to do the sketch, but a lot of time to wait for notes back. And then about 3 months to do the final art. Now that's pretty fast compared to some people. But I work relatively quick as long as I have the basic idea down. If I have to come up with it on the fly, that gets a little harder. But it's not unheard of, but it's a little harder to manage. That might be pretty good, honestly. Here. Yeah, ooh, I like that. It's a little, what I'm trying to hit at is just the idea of like some trees and leaves. What I'm going to do is add a little smoke coming from that. But now it's a question of how do I do the leaves? I mean, I could just leave it like this, but I like the idea of leaves in there. It's a question of, is it worth trying to put in some like leaves that sort of poke into the space? Sort of earthier toned leaves is what I'm thinking. Let me see. I did something like this. It sort of breaks up there. I took one and I did up here. Let's grab another in this range. Maybe some of these pinkier colors. And some of this. What I'm trying to do is get like a mixture of tone in this that will add some pizzazz. The tree needs to be in there, so I might need to make a couple more swatches. I might need to extend this into a second posting, which I don't particularly want to do because it just takes a long time to edit it and put it back together. But if it comes down to it, I might have to do that. I was looking through swatches and what I got so far, and can I take from something I previously did and get some tone that works? Where my scissors go? There we go. Lauren? Word on the street is that one of my dogs peed on my son's clothes in his room. So there's that fun bit of information for you. You're welcome. I was just going to communicate to my wife that, like, that stinks. Literally. Oh, yeah. I'm trying to take this bit of color that I have here and see if I can get something that feels akin to what I want. Sort of put some swatches of color down, blend them, move some paint around, dry them out. So let me move this out of the way. See what this looks like. Maybe it's a little skinnier. Little trees there like this. Lauren, I saw what you said. That's lovely. I'm sure Charlie was real happy about that. What? Okay. I'll actually do this one this way. That's too far that direction. Let's maybe a little tighter this way. Boom. Stick it down. Get my other tree. Right there. There's my other tree. Gonna ride right there. I might even see about that means I put in one more tree here like this. Chris Carr, thank you for joining. Feel free to tune in next week. I mean, I don't know why I have to say that. You know that you can tune in. You're allowed to. I'm giving you permission. Okay, so let's put some of these in. What I'm going to do is I'm going to cut little slivers out of them. I have these kind of leaf-like structures. They sort of just sit up on top of this. Is that too crazy? Should they be this color? More so. Let's see what is scraps that I have here that I can work with. Gotta keep an eye on time. I got 20 minutes. 20 minutes, Lauren. Only 20 minutes. What? I don't know. I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try my best. I don't know if I will or not. Cutting out leaves. And that. This one. This one. These. This one. So I'm just trying to figure out placement on some of these now. And then if there's any other thing that works as like dark over here that can be sort of rock of some sort, that'd be good. I'm trying to play with this, the idea of like they're more saturated and colorful than what some of this is, but that could probably work. Maybe tint it a little blue. We'll see. Here, let me get these down. Get these out of the way for now. Cat just took a dump in the studio. Do 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 do. Cat just took a dump in the studio. Ba ba da ba da ba da boop. And it stinks a lot. Stinks a lot. Kitty cat. Thanks a lot for taking a dump in the studio. Okay, I'm going to dry this real quick. I'm going to dry it off stage so I don't blow all those leaves I cut out around. Okay, I think that's probably pretty good. Again, it's got some of that tone, some of those purples and stuff that's showing up in it, some of the blue. Let's go stick this down a little better. Move fast. Fast, 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 fast. Fast, 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 fast. Beep, bop, 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 bop. I'm going to grab a little bit more of this blue that's here. Just touch a few moments on this. Dry brush it on. that purple that's already there. Let's slice and dice this off here, the excess. Okay, let's start adding some leaves. I like the more yellow leaves personally, but let's see what we can get out of it. So some stuff like this, some stuff like this. I wonder if I have any scraps. Oh, look at that. I do have this. Is that the same? No, it's not the same color. Let me see if I have anything that's in that same range without having to reinvent. Yeah, I could work that corner. Start sticking some stuff down. Get leaf in here like this. Let's get it's a question of where do I want these leaves to go. Like that one, I think one down here. That makes sense. That one right there. Again, always kind of pointing in the direction that I want the eye to flow. Boom, boom, boom. Grab this guy. I'm going to do one that's sort of poking down from this edge. I have, oh, here's one. I'm just going to grab some of these. Grab some leaves out of this kind of color. Cross that edge. Actually, I'm going to do it up here. A little higher up. I'll take the excess off of that and use it for another leaf. So even another leaf down here like so. It's going to be close. It is going to be close. Let's see, is there any other little variables I can get out of this? One more. Beefy peefy there. Like that. Okay. Is there any other colors I want to throw in the mix? Maybe that. That's good. Right up there. Okay. Where's the cap? There's the cap. Let's cut off the excess. Okay. Now, these colors out here, I'm going to see if I can paint lines on things. Let's see if I can get this up and running in some reasonably fast manner. The equivalent of some of these little If people have questions, just throw them in the comments. Otherwise, I'm just putting in some fun little leaves. It might be a little boring for a second. Just checking in the comments again to see if anybody's written anything, and no one's written anything, which is sad. No one cares anymore. There you go, there's that. Put a little touch of color up there on that guy's head. Same thing with this candle. I'm going to use this lighter color to do a little striping on the candle. Ooh, I just got a little bit of color right there. I'm going to get that. I'm going to get that. Never going to see it. Boom, gone. Okay, let's get other colors in here. Let's see. We want this guy. I'm going to put a little bit again of this sort of purpley version in there. Okay. I don't know if I'm going to get to all of it. I'm going to try my best. I'm really trying to move fast. I need red now. A tiny bit of the yellow. That may actually work right there. Let's see. Oh, yes. Beautiful. That's a lovely color. Okay. Knock down this pink just a little bit here so it's not so punchy of a pink. Go hit it with a little bit more yellow in the spot so it doesn't feel so fluorescent. There we go. Okay. Next up, I'm going to do a little bit of vines up top. I'll try my best to get a decent color for that. It's not too jarring across the board. And now we got to do something that goes stops here at the hat there, and goes carries up this way. One that goes like this. One that runs over here, like so. Maybe another one that goes like this. Well, a few little things sticking off the vines. I'll do another one that just goes like this. Is that 56 or 58? I think that's 58. Okay, that means I'm really cutting it close. It might stop in the middle and I'm going to just finish what's left over on my own. If I don't get to it here, again, a reminder, if I don't finish it all here, I will post this and you'll be able to see it. But a reminder that next week we have Monica, not Monica, wait, yeah, Arnaldo is going to be on, who did Mr. S and a bunch of other books, but they are going to be on Thursday, I believe, at 8, if I remember correctly. And so make sure you tune in for that. And it should be a rocking good time. Yeah, like Dick Clark always says, you know, even though he's no longer with us. He used to say that, is what I heard. Okay. I'm going to say that is done as far as what you're going to see tonight. I will get to a little bit more later, but I just don't think I'm going to be able to get to all of it now. So that may be it for your presence in all this. I'm going to put a little touches of some weird little pink tone underneath there. I'm going to add a little perfume bit to it, but Again, this is going to cut off before I get to all of this, but